Here before the 15-member committee on appointments that is being chaired by the Speaker of the National Assembly, Moses Wetangula. Remember, those scheduled to appear before the Committee on Appointments include Simon Kiprono Chelugui Cooperatives and Micro SMEs Development. This kicks off now. Now let's cross over to County Hall.
Development.
Correct.
Welcome to the committee.
Thank you.
Can the clerk and the minister the oath? We have you have a choice depending on your faith, on the Quran, the Bible, or affirmation.
I, Simon Kiprono Chelugui, do hereby swear to testify on all matters in question and tell this committee the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Simon Chelugui, welcome to the committee. You are the only transition from the outgoing government to the new government. You know, in human history, even when there's a calamity, there's always a survivor to tell the story. So you will tell the story, but not today. You're welcome to the committee. You are transitioning from one administration to another. But that notwithstanding, this committee has a constitutional, legal, and standing orders grounded responsibility to engage you and establish and confirm your suitability to occupy the office to which you have been nominated. We have 90 minutes engagement with you. We will give you, for a start, after preliminaries, 10 minutes to tell us your story, the story of your life, up to where you are sitting. We'll then go on with the proceedings. Members will pry into your official and even private matters, depending on what they want to check with you. We advise that all questions are asked through the chair, all answers are through the chair, and avoid any temptation to engage members directly, even if they ask you a question that doesn't fare well with you. We will, at the end of the proceedings, give you 3 minutes to close up your wish to the committee. We see that you are going to occupy a docket that is novel in our structures, that is the centerpiece of dealing with our economy, and members will be keen to hear from you the new ideas you are bringing to the table. We will also, as a committee, expect you to help us manage our time. There are some members we have spilled to almost double the time. Being a veteran, you should be able to help us in that regard. This committee is chaired by the Speaker of the National Assembly. You are truly here. And we have members whom I'll invite to introduce themselves. starting with the Deputy Speaker.
My name is Gladys Boss, member for Uasin Gishu County and also Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. Karibu.
Kimani Shongo, MP Kikuyu.
My name is Opio Wandai, MP Ugunja.
My name is Owen Baya, MP Kilifi North.
I'm Robert Mbui, MP Kadhiani.
I'm Ferdinand Wanyonyi, MP Kwanza, Trans Nzoia County.
Thank you, Chair. George Gitonga Murugara, MP Tharaka in the Tharaka Nithi County. I think I need to make the declaration now. Absolutely, because I know this gentleman. Two ways. When he was a young man with Christopher Mulele, the MP for, he used to be MP for Luanda. When I was doing my A-levels, Forms 5 and 6, they must have been around Form 1. That's where I know him. He was a nice boy in Kabrak High School. Number 2, he can also confirm that I go to church, because we go to the same church at the NPC Valley Road. So Rahim used to say I don't go to church. Now yes, somebody who can confirm I go to church. To that extent I know him, but that will in no way hinder my impartiality in what we are doing today. Thank you.
Unfortunately, your faith is not an issue here.
Thank you, Chair. Kosing David, my name. MP Pokot South, West Pokot County.
Good morning. My name is Abdul Rahim Daoud, MP for Nodimenti in Meru County, and I believe George Murugara goes to church now.
Honorable Mishimboko, MP Likoni constituency, a member of this committee.
Good morning, and I'm Caleb Wamisi, MP Sabot.
Good morning. I'm Abdi Shurie, MP Banabana.
Masemeri, MP Teso South.
Stephen Mule, MP Matungulu.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
Excellent. Simon, we'll ask you. Sorry, we have also our team led by our clerk to the National Assembly. You can introduce your team.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Sarah Kyoko, Acting Clerk of the National Assembly. I have with me the Director, Audit Appropriations and other select committees, Ms. Florence Abonyo, and the Deputy Director, Legal Services, Mr. Michael Karuru, and other staff of the National Assembly assisting this committee. Thank you, Chairman.
We also have the media, which you can see. And you seem to have come with quite a team of young people in the gallery. This is the first time we're having so many. I believe they are part of your entourage. Simon, do you have your KRA tax compliance certificate?
Yes, I do, Chair.
If you have forwarded to us, the original will be shown to the clerks after this. Then they'll let you go back with them at the end of the day. Do you have your Higher Education Loans Board clearance?
Yes, Chair.
Do you have your clearance from the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission?
Yes, Chair.
Do you have your certificate of good conduct from DCI?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever been charged and convicted of an offense in a court of law?
Not yet.
Not yet?
Not yet.
Yes. Are you a dual citizen of the Republic of Kenya and any other sovereign?
I'm only a Kenyan citizen, Chair.
Do you have your original identity card?
Yes, I do, Chair.
You will show it to the clerks. At your personal level, what is your financial net worth?
Chair, my net worth is 993 million shillings.
993, segregated as?
I have a dairy plant. I have houses, the residence that I live now, and rental houses in Nairobi, and also I'm a farmer. I keep cows, dairy, and beef.
We'll now open the conversation, and you have your 10 minutes or less to tell us your story. We have already been let into the picture by Murugara. Now let's hear from you.
Thank you, Chair, honorable members. I was born 51 years ago in a place called Oldebes sublocation, Oldebes location, Kisanana division, Mokotio sub-county, Baringo County. Chair, I began my life like any other boy in Baringo, helping my parents, herding goats and cows, assisting my parents before I started my primary school education in 1979. I went to our local primary school, Oldebes Primary School, up to 1983, when enrollment was very low, and our education officer came to our school and asked us to move to the neighboring school because we didn't have enough teachers, we didn't have classrooms, and I went to Pombo Primary School, where I did my primary school exams in 1986. I passed very well, being the best student in then Baringo County. I proceeded to Moi High School, Kabarak, where, as the honorable members declared, he was our house captain, town house captain. Although I was in the neighboring house, we were friends. I did my Form 4 exam in 1990 and passed very well, and proceeded to University of Nairobi for a Bachelor's of Commerce degree, specializing in management science. And I finished my university undergraduate degree and graduated in 1996. Chair, thereafter, I hustled since there were no jobs at that time. The World Bank and the IMF had prescribed structural adjustment programs, which as there were no employment, factories were closing, and what we could only do is to try what we could around the city of Nairobi. Chair, I came into partnership with Edward Kiptanui, and we bought a factory dealing in coffee machinery along Bamburi Road, and ran that factory for 2 years and sold it because then coffee sector was collapsing, and we were involved in coffee machinery rehabilitation projects, and we went across the country. An experience that I think that time I didn't know that I will one time serve in this docket. I went across the country servicing and managing and maintaining coffee factories as a business. We did Chwele Farmers Cooperative Society, then Chair Peter Kisuya. We did Matungulu, Kayata, Eveti in Machakos County, and even Kikima in Makueni. We went to Muranga. We did several factories in Meru. And all this, I think, is going to give me a lot of background knowledge and understanding about the coffee sector, which is largely controlled by the cooperative movement. Chair, after that, I had also other appointments. I was appointed in 2009 by the then Minister for Planning and National Development, the former governor of Kakamega as a director of National Government CDF Board. I chaired the Projects and Technical Committee, and later on acted as the chair when the then chair, Lawrence Majali, became the Secretary General of KNUT. Chair, I resigned in 2001 to contest for a position of governor in Baringo. I did not make it.
2001?
2012. Sorry. 2012, yes. Sorry. 2008, I took up that position and resigned in 2012 to contest for a position of governor in Baringo County. I did not make it, and I came back to my old business. Thereafter, I was again appointed as a director of Betting Control and Licensing Board, where we were dealing with the runaway betting and lotteries that were then mushrooming in the country. And we were able to come up with policies and programs that were able to control. At that time, almost virtually every part of this country were engaged in lotteries and betting, and it was becoming a serious security challenge in our country. I was appointed by the late General Ngaizeri as a member of the board of BCLB. Chair, again, towards 2017, I resigned and went back to run for office for the position of Senator Baringo County. Chair, again, I did not make it, and I was appointed as a cabinet secretary, the Ministry of Labor, Ministry of Water and Sanitation. Chair, in this ministry, I worked, and at that time we had two challenges. First, we had a lot of we had heavy floods in 2018 that destroyed so many water structures in Makueni, in the coastal area, including Barijo Works were washed away. We had dams breaking down in Solai Dam that broke down. We also had cases of floods in West Pokot and even Tiati. Chair, as I joined the ministry, I benefited from prior relationship with officers who we went to school with, and they were serving in position of authority, and we were able to mobilize the entire ministry to respond to that crisis. There were also threats of breaking of Dakaini Dam. And so we were able to restore back the structures. I remember in Baricho in Kilifi, we were able to restore back, because that's the only source of water for Mombasa, Kilifi and Malindi. Thereafter, we experienced a drought in this country, serious drought. And it became a pendulum swinging from floods to drought. And so we had to come up with programs. Chair, together with the leadership of the country and this house, we were able to mobilize resources and came up with Kenya Small Towns, a project that spread across the country. And we were able to choose sites equitably, and we have projects in Meru, we have in Embu, we had in Garugoya, Kutus, Kikuyu, Katundu, we have programs in Malaba, in Seme, in Nyanza, and across the country. And this helped to improve water coverage from 57% nationally to about 64% by the time I left in 2020. Chair, I was moved from the Ministry of Water to the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection. In this docket, Honorable Chair, we had both the departments of social protection and labor. In the labor sector, Chair, we have NSSF, and then we have migrant workers issues, and also the industrial harmony of the peace in the country. Chair, we were able to institute governance in NSSF. When I joined the ministry, NSSF asset was about 190 billion. We brought in fund managers, we brought in custodial service managers, administrators, and improved governance of management of NSSF. We moved profitability of the fund from 190 billion to June this year, 289. We were growing at the rate of 36 and 43 billion respectively. Chair, if those governance structures are maintained, NSSF will be 1 trillion fund in the next 5 years. Chair, on the issue of industrial peace, when I joined the ministry, there were a lot of industrial strikes between pilots, doctors, and teachers, and many workers in the farm, in the productive sector. Chair, we were able to use our alternative dispute resolution to be able to handle and amicably arbitrate on issues of industrial peace. And we were able to have our pilots, our doctors, our teachers in school, and doctors in hospital, and also pilots flying our planes. Chair, at that time we were visited by COVID when we had a challenge. Our skies were closed, and there were mitigation measures that were instituted by government to protect.
Wind up. You are
yes.
Past the 10 minutes.
So we were able to solve again. We signed MOUs with labor teams. Finally, Chair, on social protection, I was able to oversee the preparation and pushing for the children's bill, and that has been enacted and signed. It went through this House after being in abeyance for over 15 years. So, Chair, I have served as a minister for both ministries, and I'm privileged and grateful to His Excellency the President for giving me this second chance to serve again in his administration. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Simon. We'll now open up to the members of the committee to engage you, starting with the Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I will start by first congratulating Mr. Chelugui for his nomination as the Cabinet Secretary for Cooperatives, Micro, Small and Medium Enterprise Development. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I will also, under Standing Order number 890, declare my interest and to say that Mr. Chelugui is somebody who's personally known to me, but I can confirm that that in no way will affect my decision on this or my views, and that I'm not conflicted in any way. And I must also congratulate him for being the designated survivor. Yeah, I'm going to ask you questions like I have done with the other nominees. I only ask questions that ordinary Kenyans are asking. And many of them women. So they are asking that the affirmative action funds that include the Women Enterprise Fund, the Youth Enterprise Fund, the WESO Fund, the Affirmative Action Fund, have previously been core to the national government's transformational empowerment agenda. So with the proposal by Kenya Kwanza government to introduce the Hustler Fund, what are the transitional arrangements that you'd propose to avoid duplicity? And following on that also is many women have sent me messages and said, ask Mr. Chelugui how they will access the Hustler Fund. Do they need to be in a cooperative, a community-based organization? This is your opportunity to assure them, because that's the question they ask. They also ask, is it going to be available only to the areas that voted for Kenya Kwanza, or is it going to be available to the entire country, like CDF is? And lastly, again, in relation to the empowerment programs, a lot of these women and young people are involved in business. They are asking that government is one of the largest consumers of goods and services. And as Cabinet Secretary for SMEs, what are some of the initiatives that you'll put in place to ensure that these small enterprises, these small SACCOs, these small community-based organizations and self-help groups will to have access to be part of the, to be able to supply goods to government through the tender process? Thank you.
Simon will do batches of 4, then you come in and respond in the manner that they have asked. I'll invite the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm sorry, I didn't get your total net worth today. 9, you said 9 something? Because I was just trying to accumulate what you have tabulated here, and it comes to about 652.
993 million, Honorable Chair.
993 million?
Yes.
And what was your declared net worth at the time you are vetted in 2018?
My declared net worth in 2018 was 796 million.
796 million?
Yes, Chair.
So over a period of 5 years, your wealth has grown by almost 200 million?
Yes, Chair.
And you can account for that from your payslip as a Cabinet Secretary and your other businesses?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. 2, you have enumerated a number of projects that you carried out as Minister for Water.
Yes, Chair.
And I'm sure you are aware that many of those projects are stalled. Case in point, the sewer project in Kikuyu is stalled, the one in Limuru is stalled, quite a number of others. Karimeno Dam in Gatundu North, I think you know, also has issues. Would you then classify those as among your achievements, since even by the time you left the ministry, they were yet to be completed? 2, as Honorable Sholaya said, many Kenyans are asking about the Hustler Fund, and you have also had the pronouncement, the policy pronouncement by His Excellency the President on increment of contributions or savings to NSSF. I would want to hear your views, since you are also Minister for Labour, on that particular proposal to increase savings through NSSF. Thank you.
Wandai.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker and Chair. Honorable Chalugui, I remember hosting here in my constituency at one time when you came to launch the Ugunja Sega Ukwala ADB Finance Water Project. The project is still ongoing. It's yet to be completed. But beside that, towards the, I would want to understand your people leadership skills and relationships, because I remember, and again you can help us understand whether that is true or not. I remember towards the tail end of your tenure at the Ministry of Water, you seem to have had issues with their then PS, Mr. Joseph Irungu. You seem to have had some sour relationship that made work in the ministry difficult. I'm not sure if that's the reason why you were eventually transferred to Labour Ministry. You will help us understand. And if it is true, it was because of that sour relationship or apparent sour relationship. Could it have been because of yourself, and if it is true, could you have transferred this to Labour, and could you be transferring this to the new ministry that you are waiting you for? 2 is the matter of Itare Dam project. somewhere in North Kuresoi, in Nakuru, Kuresoi North, in Nakuru County. This is a very big dam project that's supposed to serve very many counties downstream. Sometime in 2020, you were summoned to the DCI headquarters and grilled for hours, okay, over this dam project, which had turned out to be a scandal. Could you enlighten us on what became of these investigations, and what is the status of that dam, and what could have been your role in the stalling of the dam, and so on and so forth? Thank you.
Yes.
If you can indulge me, I think there is a question I left hanging. When I asked, you can account for the increment of almost 200 million in 5 years from your salary and business income. Are we able to provide the committee with that?
Yes.
Even a schedule now, or if the chair indulges you maybe to submit a compilation of that also.
I will submit, Chair.
And next, Robert Mbui, Owen. Okay, in that order.
Thank you. I always come in the second lot, but Robert says I start now, but I'm prepared. Waziri Chelugui, thank you. He's one of those ministers who's been to my village, right in my home, in the depth of Kilifi, to supervise a water project, which was very commendable. But then this is another job we have to do. Government has had many programs, and one of them is Uwezo, WEF, and all those many programs. Now, this government is introducing Hustler Fund, for which we're grateful to the President for. But we also had the President that say in the Hustler Fund that it will be repaid with interest. Uwezo has been being paid with interest, and all the other funds, they're not grants. But also history is very clear. The repayment of these funds has been a major problem. Not getting to up to, I think the highest I have seen for Uwezo is around 40% repayment. The rest of the money never gets paid. The groups don't succeed. And at the end of the day, the money is wasted, or people just get the money, they're hungry, they buy food with it and eat, and that's it. So even the cycle of every year releasing funds to Uwezo has been very difficult, because there is no repayment, and therefore they cannot have a fund that helps the next group. How different will it be? How different will it be? Because this 50 billion may end up the same way. Probably we'll only have 40% of it returned, and year in, year out, government will waste that money. How will you make it different so that it's a revolving fund that helps other Kenyans to grow? That is one of my questions. Secondly, there has this debate of groups versus individuals. I heard the President say that this money will be given to groups, but the rate of success of groups has also been very low vis-a-vis individuals. When an individual is given the money, even if it's 100,000, he will start a business, you will see the business grow, and he will take care of it. If you give a group of 20 people 100,000, they most likely will divide it into 5,000 each. And these groups, I have not seen success in groups, especially where I have come from. Groups fail, but individuals, when given money, succeed. Now, if this Hustler Fund is going to be given to groups, what kind of success are we looking at? Because I can only see a wastage of government funds, and people just use this money, buy ugali, and move on. And it will be another story, just like Uwezo. I thank you, Chair.
I think we can take 5. Simon, let's take
thank you.
Robert Mbui.
Thank you, Chair.
Owen, switch off your mic, please. Good.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. You know, one of the anchor projects under the new government is the issue of the bottom up, which I think is the one that we are calling the Hustler Fund. But other than funding, because this will be probably under the MSME ministry that the nominee is nominated to oversee, there are many other impediments to the growth of MSMEs. Of course, among them is corrupt and overzealous officers from the county inspectorate. You've seen them chasing traders all over the place. Some of our state corporations, NSSF, NHIF, our KRA, they want to milk a cow before it has even reached the point of producing milk. How would you handle that so that you can make sure that anyone who wants to start business is protected for a period so that they can be able to grow their businesses? Because a lot of businesses close, and you know that within a year because of the harassment from those that are supposed to be encouraging. Now, and finally, the issue of in your declaration, you've told us you're worth 93 million. And, when you are so wealthy, it also means that you pay taxes. And you've also attached that you've got a tax clearance. Just so that we can be sure that these documents coming from KRA are legit, could you please tell us how much tax did you pay in your last statements?
Simon, you can answer those 5 or respond to those 5.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, for the good questions. First, to acknowledge the compliments from the Deputy Speaker and go straight to answer the questions that she has asked. Chair, the member asked about the affirmative funds, the existing affirmative funds, WESO, Youth and Women Fund. True, these funds have been in existence either through executive order or an act of parliament. And the impact has been felt relatively across the country. However, we've not been able to achieve the desired expectations. Chair, a survey has been done. If you look back, if you went back from our independence, our primary desire was to fight poverty. A number of sessional papers, policy documents were discussed, and we came up during Kibaki's time with economic recovery strategy paper, and later on the Vision 2030 that gave rise to these funds. Chair, what has been found across all those papers and discussion and studies were lack or inability to access credit, affordable credit. We've allocated funds to these affirmative funds, and somehow the contribution by government has been very small. This time round, through the Hustler Fund, is a serious intervention. And I would start by defining who a hustler is. A hustler is not a poor man. A hustler is a hard-working Kenyan who toils, wakes up very early in the morning to mind his business. They wake up at 4. They buy their wares. They stock their wares. They sell their wares. They repay their loans. And they all desire a better life. So through this fund, Honorable Chair, we are not taking over the existing affirmative funds. We're just making an additional intervention to address the biggest challenge among the hustlers, who are approximately 15 million Kenyans, approximately 50% of our adult population. And these are the people who contribute the highest number of jobs, some formal, some informal. And studies have shown with this intervention, we would be able to impact at the bottom of our society and begin to grow the wealth at the bottom of our society towards medium and even wealthy country. Chair, the members asked about the access. I will first demonstrate to this House, Chair, how the process will run. We will begin by, we will establish an ASLA fund through the BFM Act, and the ministry will originate the documents, the operations, the guidelines, and share with the relevant House committee and eventually table before this House. We will go out to enumerate members who are either digitally, we have the highest digital penetration in this country, or physical, and we will work with other ministries to register the potential beneficiaries of this fund. The second stage is to group these members, these hustlers, and we will group them in societies, in circles, in chamas. Some of them already exist. Some of them are already grouped. They are already in various cooperatives. We will be able to now actualize that, including those who are not. The third stage will be training and building capacity for among us these hustlers. And then the fourth stage will be now financial support, the intermediaries. That includes banks, SACCOs, fintech organizations. And then after that, after funds have been delivered, we will then go to the next stage of enabling and capacity build, enabling the delivery of this ASLA intervention. We will need to ensure that we utilize our digital power. We will need to build monitoring and evaluation to ensure those who may not access are supported. And also, the next challenge that will come after this, once we intervene, many of these hustlers will go to agro-based businesses. They will grow vegetables, they will grow mangoes. So much will come from the agro-productive areas of this country. And so we'll have a glut, excess supply of this produce. So we'll need to look again at the markets. So I'll be liaising with the Ministry of Trade to create markets for this produce. We will need to deal with farm inputs of these agro-based businesses. And then on the other side, the businesses in towns and urban areas, we will work with the county governments to ensure what the other members asked on protection of these businesses in urban areas from harassment and duplicity of licenses. The other question came from the Honorable Ishungwa on the matter of water projects. By and large, Honorable Chair, our intervention then was to improve water and sanitation services amongst our small towns. In Chebareria, in Kabenkuria, we have this project. Malaba, in Marsabit and Mandera, we have sewerage, no more pit latrines. We have, our intention was to come up with clean sanitation management across the country. The examples the honorable member cited, Kikuyu, Limuru, Katundu, by the time I left, Chair, we had done 60%. I may not take responsibility of the progress of these projects thereafter because I was not oversighting them. But I think these are projects that are important, and I think we will be able to share and support the incoming CS for water and sanitation to complete. What I realized when I was in that docket is mobilization of the technical, financial, and even operations of those activities. I was able to convene meetings in Majaus. I was able to mobilize contractors and communities, the persons affected by the project in Karimenu, who had received money 3 years earlier. Thuakedam in Kitui, Mwingi, and Kitui and Makueni, and even Mwachedam. Chair, I believe these projects can be completed because the needs and the needs of the community is still there. Kikuyu is a growing town, so many institutions there, so many schools there, and it's becoming the suburbs of Nairobi. Chair, On the
Chair.
issue.
Yeah, when he's
Yes,
answering
Mukami.
that, congratulations, Honorable Sherugui. My name is Rehab Mukami. When you're answering that, I wanted to ask you about Karimeno Dam and Narumoro Dam in Kieni, Nyeri.
Karimeno had already been mentioned.
No, we have another Karimeno in Kieni, in Nyeri, and Narumoro. And there's that other first question you've answered about the small. It is the same question, Chair. Now, there is something I wanted to ask him, because how he has answered that question, it is exactly what Musea. You know, we have Musea and Keop, and they normally do exactly what Sherugui has said. So I'm saying like there will be a conflict. I don't know how he'll go about it. I would like him.
You don't want to wait for your turn?
No.
Eh? Go on, Simon.
Thank you, Chair. So
respond to that at the tail end of the questions you have.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
So on the issue of savings, Chair, we have Honorable Chair, what we have in the country, people who borrow through our fintech companies, and they have been charged exorbitant interest rates. In this program, Chair, we will be able to design in a way that every borrower will be able to save. For example, the discussions ongoing now, every borrower who borrows 1,000 shillings will save 50 shillings. And that will go towards his Social Security Protection Fund and Pension Fund. You know, we want to encourage savings in this country, Chair. As I served as Minister for Labor, the contributors of NSSF are about 2.6 million. The ASLAs, or the small and micro contributors, a program I started in Nakuru town as a pilot. We have now 580,000 small and micro contributors. We want to encourage all the small and micro to save, so that we move our budget allocation from social protection, which now which is now about 30 billion, towards social security, contributory social security. And we will be able to do this through this loan and credit access, and also facilitate savings for future, for the future of our Kenyan aging population when they retire. Chair, we have the highest poverty level in our country. Majority of our working class, when they retire, they go into depression because their lifestyle suddenly change because of they didn't save during their active time. Now, the third question came from the Honorable Opio Wandai. Chair, I confirm I was among the ADB projects that we launched in the country in my time as Minister for Water, was Unguja, Sega, and Ugwala. And during one of those days, the Honorable Member did host me in his constituency when we launched this project. This program, I'm advised that it is still ongoing, and I am just hoping that it will be completed, because we had the money and we had the contractors, and I think what was needed then was supervision and management of the project to completion. Chair, on my relationship with my permanent principal secretary and all the other staff, I maintain the best cordial, working, professional relationship. I've never had any run-in, any argument, any quarrel with any of my staff. We had the best relationship. Moving me from the Ministry of Water to Ministry of Labor was in the wisdom of the appointing authority, and I have no record or complaint against my character or relationship with my staff. So, and I have continued with the same relationship with my two principal secretaries in labor and social protection at a virtue that I would intend to transfer to my new docket. I want to emphasize the importance of human relation. The leadership role that I provide as a CS helps a lot to run and drive the agenda of the ministry. I will set the tone, I will set the climate from myself to my principal secretary, who is the chief accounting officer, and all my officers, including those who clean and support our services in the ministry. Chair, in 2020, I was summoned by the Director of Criminal Investigations over Itare Dam project. This project began in 1968. The concept began in 1968, Chair. I was born in 1971. And Chair, they bought land, and that idea remained in government plans until 1993, where a feasibility study was done between 93 and 95, and this project was to be started. And in 2013, tenders were floated and awarded around 2015. This project was awarded to an Italian company, CMC di Ravenna. And this contractor mobilized resources. The implementing agency was Rift Valley Waterworks Development Agency. And the project was signed in State House in 2015, witnessed by our President and also witnessed by the Prime Minister of Italy. And it was signed between the then Minister, Judy Waungu, and also PS Treasury. This project began. I was appointed in 2018. At that time, this company had started experiencing financial challenges. And I visited this project in October for the first time of 2018. And the contractors started demobilizing. I found trucks, only 3 trucks operating. All the other vehicles and machinery were packed. And I summoned this contractor. They came to my office. We had meetings. Consultant, HB CAF, and contractor and consultant and the client were in my office. We went through the project progress report, and eventually they committed themselves. But we did not know that this company was experiencing financial challenge. 1 month after that meeting, the company was put in receivership. Chair, 3 months later, in March 2019, I was summoned, not summoned, but I started seeing my name on the newspapers, and this was said. I even called the editor, who is giving you this information? How do I come in? I'm not the implementing agency, I'm not the accounting officer, neither am I involved in the project directly. Why particularly the minister and all the officers involved? Why haven't you engaged the project team first to understand? Why would you start with me? And it kept going on for almost 3 months. Eventually, I received an invitation letter to visit Masingira House over these issues. Chair, I went to Masingira House, the Office of Serious Economics Crime Office, to respond to the issues of Itare. And in that engagement, I was given 125 questions. And I was able to respond. It took me 4 hours. And after making the statement, I was told I will be called back to sign. They will type the statement, and I will be called back to sign. Chair, up to date, I'm still waiting to be called to sign the statement. I have never gone back. I've never been called again. I was able to demonstrate to the investigating officer that how this project was conceptualized, how it was managed, and at what stage I came on board. I was able to show that I only came into this project, when it had already collapsed. So they found they wanted to know the dates I was appointed, my role as a CS, and I was able to show that as a CS, my first responsibility is to provide policy to assist the ministry with budget preparation and also general oversight of the affairs of the ministry, and also being a delegated officer in administering the human resource of the ministry. Chair, on the issue of the question from the Honorable Member Owen Bayer on the duplicity of existing funds like WESO Fund, Youth Fund, and Women Fund. And I think by extension what Honorable Member from Nyeri also asked, I would say, Chair, the way we have managed these funds is an issue. And also the allocation to these funds is also an issue. We know Youth Fund has gone through a lot of challenges in governance. And this fund is established through an executive order. It's over 10 years since this fund was established. And I think it's time to anchor it well, create the governance structures to administer this fund so that our young people can begin to benefit from the objective of setting up this fund. The ASLA Fund, Honorable Chair, which was raised by Honorable Owen Bayer, and I confirm I was in his constituency, and we were able to move water from Baricho to Kirebwe under the sea to an island called Kirebwe in Kilifi. Chair, ASLA Fund has been the way we're going to establish. We are going to utilize our digital coverage in the country. We have seen fintech firms mint money. Chair, if you borrow today 1,000 shillings in Kenya from a Shylock or the fintech companies, you are charged 10% for a day borrowing. So if you borrow 1,000, you'll refund with 100 shillings in the evening. In a year, you will be paying 3,650%. We are intervening with this 50 billion allocation to reduce and even shake the market and whip banks and lenders towards protection and ensuring the small holder pays less or same amount of interest corporates are paying. So we expect, and I've already since the plan was rolled out, the manifesto of the Kenya Kwanza was rolled out, I have seen many banks announcing programs of supporting the hustlers. So I believe that with this intervention, which is not going to take away the role of banks and the role of the other affirmative funds, we will be able to see a higher penetration and support of the hustlers. Now, Chair, the issue of group lending versus individual lending. We have individuals who are borrowing. We are using credit scores and as opposed to security and collateralized borrowing. We are using credit scores. So we'll begin with small borrowing through your phone. You can apply. We will have a platform. We'll work with telcos. We will work with Safaricom. We will work with Airtel. We will work with Telcom. And all these technology companies, the ICT companies, we will partner with banks and agree through an MOU on the rate to pay. We will work with the intermediaries to recover and lend. They already have an infrastructure to lend this money, and we will utilize that infrastructure. So the rate we are going to agree is going to be single digit. There will be provision for administration of the fund. There will be interest for the intermediary, and that will enable them to lend and recover. And we will strengthen our cooperatives. There are so many cooperatives in our country, cooperative circles. We have 361 circles in this country. They have more front office and reach out to the community more than the financial institutions. So that means we'll have to strengthen the governance of these circles. SASRA needs to be reformed to have the teeth like Central Bank of Kenya to oversight banks. So I would expect at individual level you'll be limited in how much you will borrow. But as a group, using group guarantee, an experience we have seen in these circles like Boresha Circle in Baringo is doing very well. It is now doing, that's an asset of 9.8, lending about 9 billion. We have others like Highlands. We have some in Meru and in Murang'a, very successful circles. These are the circles we will work with. And even in Kilifi County, we have circles. So using those intermediaries, I believe we'll be able to improve the penetration of our lending. Finally, was a question from Honorable Robert Mbui on the bottom-up economy. Honorable Chair, studies have shown the trickle-down economics model has not worked. One time it was observed by J.M. Karaoke that we are creating a country of 10 millionaires and 10 million beggars. It therefore means we have to start addressing the bottom of our society, the majority of our society. We have to strengthen the base. Even when we are building a house, a tall story building, we must have a firm foundation. We must lay a firm foundation to support a long and tall structure. And this is what we are saying. We are saying Kenyans are hardworking. Kenyans have they work for themselves. They earn their living. They sweat for their they toil for their families. What we need to do as a government is to facilitate, is to support them, is to ensure that the challenges they go through, access to affordable credit, is allowed. And those who start businesses, we have registrar of small and micro under the Ministry of Cooperative and MSME. We will be working with counties, starting with Nairobi, Machakos, and all the counties of Kenya, to ensure the harassment and the kind of humiliation our small and micro go through are a thing of the past. We want an MOU. We want a common, a joint, a collective approach to the bottom-up economic model. And that will mean working as a team. I thank you. Chair, there was a question, last question from the Honorable Member Mukami. Chair, I remember the Honorable Member coming to my office in Majiao several times over this project. But Chair, the fate of these two projects is the same fate of Kimwarer and Aror. Chair, these projects suffered some priority challenges, and while we had itemized and prioritized these projects, the program did not progress because there was a general shift in policy from the dams and the construction of water structures. However, Narumoro and Karimeno remain an important water structure that will support farmers around Narumoro and Karimeno, because most of them now are drawing water from the rivers, and some of the rivers flowing from the Mount Kenya have dried up. This is an agricultural potential area, and I confirm the need and the importance of these projects to be finished. However, as CS, I was able to make a little intervention with the little resources that I had to just alleviate the challenge of this area. And we were able to do some ADB intervention in Nanyuki, although it's not in Nyeri County, but it affects part of the population around that area. And also the Sagana River Dam, which is near Karatina, which also support the people downstream mentioned by the honorable member. Finally, on the MCEA. MCEA is an authority as well as an actor in small and micro. Currently, they have been involved in policy formulation and establishment and management of small and micro funds. The first program that is coming out of that, coming out of MCEA policy formulation is the Hustler Fund. So I believe there is no conflict. I believe there is no competition and there is no duplicity between the authority and also the fund. I thank you, Chair.
We'll take the next lot.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes.
Point of order, Chair. The nominee has completely, I don't know whether deliberately, has not answered the question on payment of his taxes. And maybe as his answer is that, he has demonstrated to us that within the last 5 years, his increase in net worth was about 200 million. Probably he can demonstrate to this committee whether he has paid taxes for that increase in his net worth of 200 million in the last 5 years.
Chair, the difference in my net worth, majority of these assets tabulated here, which are the same assets that I tabulated in 2018, have appreciated in value. These are lands and buildings that I bought at that time, and over 5 years, they have appreciated. Even if you did a general appreciation, you will still arrive at the same figure without enumerating the numbers. But for example, a land that was valued in my rural home, my county, in Mogotio, then was about 100,000. Another 100,000 per acre, another one 50,000 per acre. We now have a tarmac. The land has appreciated. Now it's 350. If you wanted 1 acre in that place, I'll sell to you at 350. So I have the taxation of these assets come when we are selling, when we are transferring. That's when you do valuation, and you now pay the tax at the transfer.
Let's do another round.
Chair, on a point of order.
Yes.
Because I think when we are going through this vetting process, this issue of net worth is not as simple as just making general statements. And I would really ask the CS nominee to submit to us a tabulation of that increment in net worth of almost 200 million, what constitutes the appreciation in value of properties, and what constitutes a general income that you have earned, because I believe there is also income that you have earned that has increased your net worth. And it's against that backdrop that the Honorable Mbui is asking, the increment in terms of income, is there commensurate taxes paid to the exchequer? And maybe the nominee should submit a tabulation to that, so that even the other nominees we are vetting, Honorable Chair, to know that in 5 years, if they are being vetted again, that will be the yardstick. And it's just unfortunate that he's the only survivor from the previous government.
You'll do that, Simon. Let's have another. Ferdinand Murugara, Posing, Dawood, Mishi. In that order. One question each. We have 30 minutes to go.
Congratulations once more, Simon. I think these small and medium enterprises, as we have them now, they are having problems and challenges. Would I therefore request that as you take over the ministry, if you are going to be vetted positively, can we then look at the period, the grace period, to be able to give these people enough time for them to be able to do whatever, because you know the times are hard out there. You give somebody 6 months or at most, or 2 months at most to start repaying, and he has not even started actually offloading some of the stocks. Would you therefore, as you take over this ministry, this
Point
small
of
and
order,
medium...
Chair. Point of order through the
No, let me finish.
The Chair, I would like us to be careful, because the honourable member, whom I respect very much, has continuously implied that the nominee is taking up office, and
No,
so he's
I said
actually
in
advising
case.
him.
No,
he's
you didn't get
advising
me
him on
right.
What to do after taking up office?
Sorry, I even
You
missed that.
Maybe
I was
we should
consulting the
listen,
Deputy
Chair.
Speaker.
No,
Yes.
I simply said in case you're going to be. It doesn't mean that we have already, that is
Okay,
wrong.
ask your question.
Now, all I'm saying is, in the circumstances, can we therefore look at these small and medium enterprises? They are very key in the development of this country. Can we give them slightly longer grace period for them to be able to take up whatever responsibilities?
George.
Thank you, Chair.
Members avoid prejudging issues.
No prejudging whatsoever. Just a simple question, Waziri Nominee. When you talk about the government of Kenya Kwanza, to everybody's mind, what comes in is the Hustler Fund. And we made promises on it when we were doing campaigns. And one assurance we got is that it would be domiciled in the constituencies. And Kenyans out there are also eager to hear it's actually going to be domiciled in the constituencies, because when they were told it may be domiciled in Nairobi, they are beginning to give up. That this is the bureaucratic processes which always lead to duffing. And that when you, Kenya Kwanza people, when Mheshimiwa, you don't have the money, you now say it is in Nairobi so that we don't ask you questions. Can you confirm to us that the Hustler Fund, like the Uwezo Fund, CDF, and other funds that are domiciled in the constituency, this one too will actually be domiciled in the constituency, in spite of whatever applications we have to make online, e-line, or whatever it is? It has to be in the constituency where Kenyans can ask questions from their members of parliament.
Posing.
Thank you, our chair and the speaker. To Waziri Chelugui, of course, he's a minister, because, he's a minister. Chelugui, you're not, of course, you are Kenyan and you've been living in this country. When you talk about SACCOs, because that's where you're going to be the minister, should this parliament agree, and cooperatives, the history of cooperatives and SACCOs is not good. It's very bad. They're used to swindle money from people, they die, and so on. And now, particularly, Honorable Chelugui, that it's going to manage Hustlers Fund that everybody's waiting for. So, look, how will that serve the people of Kenya? Take an example of West Pokot, for example, as an example of this country. There are only 2 cooperatives that I know they work, only 2, covering 2 wards. West Pokot has 20 wards. So what will happen in the other 20 wards? How will they access that Hustlers Fund if you are using cooperatives? Are you going to start now cooperative in those 20 wards? And how long will that take? And finally, Honorable Speaker, Hustlers Fund, the way we know, or we were told, that it is free. It's free. So, Chelugui, if this parliament approves you, advise the government that people are waiting for free Hustlers Fund. If it is this one for that there is some profits or some interest, that may not be Hustlers Fund. It will be an affordable credit. So, advise the government that it is a free money we're waiting for. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Waziri Nominee, congratulations first. You are aware about the Uwezo Fund and the other funds which were being done into Biashara Fund. There was a proposal like that in Parliament, and I would want to differ with my colleague Owen Baya that the Uwezo is only 40%. For your information, my constituency is 98%. It's one of the best in the country. and we still have money. Average, I'm not sure.
Yes, I said average is 40%. Yes.
I want to ask Waziri, cooperatives are the core of this country. And like my colleague has asked you, the cooperatives in this country are going broke because the people who are running them are stealing completely with the connivance of the cooperative officers on the ground. Once you come in, do you have any other way to sort out this issue once and for all, so that like in my constituency, one of the cooperatives has lost its property through a bank loan. Are you going to look at how they have accessed that loans? If the loans were not done procedurally, then somebody should pay for it, not the cooperative society, the small man who has put his money and now he's losing everything because they've lost a lot of properties like that. So what are you going to do about it? Thank you.
Mishi?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, in some countries we have found that SMEs have created many jobs opportunity, and they have also created a way of collecting good revenue for the country. In our country, the SMEs have been engulfed with so many challenges. Some of them being competition from outside the country through cheap imports, lack of resources, limited motivation, focus on local markets, lack of business ideas, lack of business support, lack of access to favorable credit facilities, and even competition among themselves. If approved as the CS in terms of cooperative and SMEs, what do you intend to address these issues? And more so, how do you plan to enable, empower, encourage, and equip to ensure that the SMEs work under conducive environment? Thank you.
Thank you. Simon, you can answer those. Exercise some brevity because we're running.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Chair, the first question came from Honorable Wanyonyi on the issue of grace period. Chair, we have a certain characteristics picked from the current lenders. This ASLA fund did not just drop. It's out of a certain pilots practice and the market reaction to what has been going on. You are aware, Chair, of certain products by banks and techno and fintech companies that have been lending. Many Kenyans have been going to even Shylocks. And the intervention we're making is to reduce and minimize the pain Kenyans and small and micro enterprises have been going. So in this case, part of the intervention will be provision. Instead of a day refund, we have a period. There will be those who will get 1 week, there will be those who will get 2 weeks, and depending on the credit score, using the fintech technology, which is scientific, we will be able to extend, and people will graduate from micro, small, and medium. And once you attain the medium level, we will now offload you to other organizations which have bigger lending capacity, like banks, ICDC, and even multinational. We have companies like Ako Industries, Nice and Lovely, Mastermind, who are incubated at Kenya Industrial Estates, and today they are multinationals. They have attracted interest from international companies. They have partnership. Ako Industries is a household name now, and they started as a small and micro. I believe by intervening this way, we will be able to graduate many small and micro enterprises to multinational companies. There was a question by Honorable Murungara, I confirm, my schoolmate and senior, about the ASLA fund, the location of the ASLA fund. Chair, we would want to change things. We've talked about WESO Fund, Youth Fund, and even Women Fund. And there have been challenges in uptake and even the impact. We would want to do differently the application, the implementation, and utilization of the ASLA Fund. And we want to utilize our digital power to improve. Many Kenyans now, over 36 million Kenyans, have mobile phones. And there are people, the cooperatives, just extending to Honorable Kosing, we have cooperative movement in 43 counties. We have one branch in West Pokot and no cooperative movement in Wajir, Mandera, and Garissa. It is my duty and responsibility to promote cooperative movement because we have seen the power of cooperatives in housing and land settlement, the power of cooperatives in education, the power of cooperatives in transport, the power of cooperatives in farmer and productive sectors, coffee, tea, bioritram, and milk. 70% of this produce comes through cooperatives. So we cannot underestimate the power of cooperatives. We can only do better by empowering, grouping people, harnessing their small resources, and creating power using the collective savings that we will realize. So I would ask that allow us to do it different. However, Honorable Murungara, I will involve Parliament and stakeholders in every step of the way to ensure that we don't jump any step in delivery of the ASLA Fund. Honorable Kosing, on the SACCOs and cooperatives. Honorable Chair, I want to state here categorically, I have taken note. I've been in this country and I've read the suffering of many cooperators, people who contribute with a clear objective to change their livelihood, but end up in the hands of unscrupulous officers. Chair, I will be coming to this house to amend the Cooperative Act, Societies Act, to empower the Commissioner of Cooperatives. We were advised or misadvised by the structural adjustment programs to change and remove the oversight by Cooperative Commissioner. This led to failures of giant unions. We had big Meru Farmers Union, we had Embu Farmers Union, Moranga Farmers Union, we have Kirinyaga. That was a collective union of societies. With the fall of those unions, we saw all the societies collapse. The splinter of Mukurweini and Odaya Cooperative Society led to drop in coffee. We used to sell and produce over 140 metric tons of coffee. Today, we're doing 40,000 metric tons. We have seen a serious loss of our foreign exchange. The only way out is to harness the collective power. We will register cooperatives in West Pokot. We will work with Honorable Kosing to register cooperatives, put people together, including the insecurity in Tiati. We need to group people who are buying and selling animals, put them in groups and create markets for animals, create organized, legitimate business so that people, we reduce those, we reduce the people who are causing mayhem in those areas by organizing them in an economic activity that is acceptable. The ASLA Fund through the SACCO, there are areas in this country, as I've mentioned, who don't have existing SACCOs. We will register SACCOs, we will organize them, but there is a window for individuals who can also access this fund. Chamas are allowed, SACCOs are allowed, groups are allowed, and this will enhance the credibility of the borrower as opposed to individual borrower. On the question by Honorable Dawood, and I appreciate that the uptake of the affirmative funds, the WESO fund, is around 98% in Imenti South, in Imenti North. And we will use the same, ride on the same experience to deliver Hustler Fund. Hustler Fund is a bigger fund, Hustler Fund will break the processes, make it easy, make it affordable, make it accessible. On the issue of interest, as asked by Honorable Kosing, Chair, we have no free money. Hustler Fund is not a free fund, it is affordable credit. It is affordable funds to facilitate businessmen, to facilitate small and micro to do business and return money back so that we can revolve this money for the benefit of the next Kenyan. This money will be lent at single-digit interest rate as opposed to 3,650% or even 1,000%. We will minimize the credit, minimize the rate to single-digit. Chair, cooperatives are going broke. I agree with you, Honorable Daud. The issue of governance, the issue of management, the issue of leadership is a big challenge amongst our cooperatives. We've seen the famous giant Chwele farmers, Honorable Chair, come down because the leaders have taken advantage of unsuspecting members of the society. What we need to do is to come back with the strong arm of oversight. We will need to strengthen SASRA. We'll need to create deposit protection facility. We need to create a common central liquidity facility for the SACCOs so that SACCOs can borrow from each other the way banks borrow from each other. We will need to have inspectors at the SACCO and ensure, I've seen buyers or off-takers of farmers' produce collude with society officials to underprice the farmers' produce, but lend money without control, and we will need to control borrowing. Not everybody should be allowed to lend to a society because we've seen this being abused. We have SACCOs who are holding assets of 9 billion in Eldoret, a certain SACCO. They hold a less asset than the amount they have borrowed. So as a minister, I will diagnose these issues and prescribe remedies that I will need this House to support me to bring order in the cooperatives and the SACCO sector. Chair, finally, the question by Honorable Mishimbogo, which is actually a good suggestion on how we need to address the challenges in the MSME. Chair, the MSME, as I said earlier, is are Kenyans who are struggling and toiling, waking up early in the morning to earn a living. And sometimes they suffer from government policies that again undermine their hard work. They produce goods, and just to realize some government action has allowed importation of similar goods, undermine and creating unfair competition. I will be working with my colleague in the Ministry of Trade and Industry and Ministry of Finance to protect small and micro enterprises, to support micro enterprises. The docket comes with wholesale and retail. We'll look for opportunities for markets for this produce. We will explore external markets. We will look at industries who can process small and micro produce. We will assist through the Ministry of Industry, working together with the Ministry of Industry to add value to the small and micro enterprises. With those, I thank you, Chair.
Naisula, Mule Gikaria, Mule Emase, Shurie, Amis, in that order. One question each, please.
Thank you, Chair. And allow me to just make a comment to the nominee and to say that I hope if this committee finds you fit to hold this docket, that you will understand the importance of this docket. We talk of the big, ministries, and sometimes we tend to look upon some ministries like they're not important. But this is a very key and important ministry because it is where the rubber meets the road. It's about people having money in their pocket, and especially the hardworking Kenyans, the ones you refer to as hustlers. And so, and they employ other people, especially the SMEs, and it does. I'm sure we can't underscore the importance of this. But now, when you talk about the Hustlers Fund, and it will mostly be pegged on groups. We know many Kenyans who are running SMEs as individuals. COVID happened, they went down, down, closed, people lost their jobs, and they are rock bottom. How will you ensure that these SMEs can come back to their feet without adding more bottlenecks of telling them to go into groups, but ensuring that these hustlers then get to access this fund and reestablish their business? And finally, to the nominee, SMEs are handled by too many ministries. So it's in labor, it's in trade, it is in your ministry. So I get the sense like we don't accord it the importance that it deserves. And so what strategy mechanisms will you put in place to facilitate the establishment of a single window for SMEs so that the sector is recognized, better coordinated and supported to stimulate development and create a niche and to avoid these SMEs being exploited by middlemen?
Nakuru East.
Thank you, Chair. Pongezi, my brother. Now, the situation here looks like it is simple on paper. When it comes to implementation, then it becomes something else. And I'm saying this because if, for example, you have the money, and I want to get the money, and my colleague Mule and Isula also wants to get the money, to do the very same thing, at the end of the day, there is no market, yet you're supposed to sell so that you can be able to repay. So there is a situation, the question that I would want to ask is, will you be having some technical financial advisors to tell Kenyans, if you're from this area, if you can be able to engage yourself in this kind of business, then the chances of you being able to repay your loan is, now that you have said there is no free money, then this is the advice that we would want you. Can you try this line? Secondly, is yes, you've given me the money. It's just the same market thing, the marketing now. So how do you get the markets for this? You need, as a corporate, as a ministry, maybe assist in finding markets for their goods. Thank you.
Mole, one.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I just want the nominee, and be aware, we are just following social media with my colleague here. Probably you are the most watched nominee right now in Kenya. The truth be told, you have not come out clearly to tell the hustlers what is Hustler Fund. Can you detail in layman's language Hustler Fund, what it entails, what it will take, who it will target, and how they will achieve the target? In layman's language of Mama Mboga, Boda Boda, and the real hustler on the ground. Tuache story mingi na kizungu mingi.
Thank you. Emase.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to speak to the issue of gender mainstreaming in SMEs. I put it to the nominee that the women who are majority in the trading industry, youth, persons with disability, are still being discriminated when it comes to trade. Even after serious interventions, amendments to the procurement law that was done by Honorable Sakaja, compelling government entities to ensure that they set aside 30% of the tenders to go to the women, these special categories. There is still laxity, law enforcement. And finally, I think we need to confront the real problem when it comes to cooperatives. This is a noble idea. The concept has been embraced very well in certain areas of this country. But there are areas like where I come from, when you speak about cooperatives, when you give youths an option of doing business or being employed, kijana atakuambia mama we nitafutie tu mahali hata kama nikufagia kule kwa ofisi yako. So there are serious gaps in the SME sector that must be addressed. And one of them being the lack of that entrepreneurial zeal, capacity and the know-how. And also there's very low level research and development in the SME sector, or inefficient use of it. And that is why I would support the idea that the proposal by the Kenya Kwanza manifesto, that we have an establishment of a development center. See, that's how it was being referred to in every ward, so that there is this capacity building for us to be able to actually impact and to enlighten our people, so that they can be able to embrace this idea of cooperatives and the SMEs as an option. Thank you.
Sharia.
Asante Chair. Bwana Nominee, mine is on the Hustlers Fund. And I'm sure you're aware, you said it will be attracting interest. And you're aware this locks out the Kenyans practicing the Islamic faith. Have you any plans to consider these Kenyans, ama munasema Waislamu hawana hustlers?
Amisi.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, I worked closely with the minister when I was serving the Committee of Labor, especially dealing with the problems of Kenyans, our girls dying in the Arabian Peninsula. But the problem still persists to date. But Chair, the Speaker, you've clearly referred to the nominee as designated survivor, which I agree. In the movie of the designated survivor, there is this gentleman called Thomas Kirkman. His real name is Kefa Sutherland. When an explosion occurred, all the government officials died except one person. The question is, what is this tragedy that befell your administration? And why you? How did you survive? Where did you hide? Which is this dungeon that you hid in? That you are the only one who survived. There is a song that says, I'm a survivor, survivor, I am a soldier. So, can you explain to Kenyans how you survive?
You are total out of order. You are total out of order.
Chair, but the question is clear.
Yes.
We just want to know.
We'll pick the question.
Thank you.
Definitely. We'll pick the question. The singing is what is out of order. Simon, can you answer the questions? It is fate. One person will always survive. Noah survived the floods to tell the story.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. You can say it again. Chair, where I come from, in the times of war, when you strike and hit a place, you don't kill everybody. You let one survive. But when that one who survived comes, you don't show it to the public, you hide. So I'm hiding here, Chair. I would request the member not to ask the question because I'm still hiding. But notwithstanding that response, Chair, I would like to start by answering the Honorable Naisula Lesuda. Chair, the Ministry of Cooperatives and MSME is a very important ministry, and I clearly understand the enormity of the task ahead. Chair, we have 15 million Kenyans in this sector, toiling and working for this country. This 15 million, as I said, is 50% of the adult population of Kenya. So the importance, I really truly appreciate, and I acknowledge the member has also recognized that. During COVID, almost the entire SME sector collapsed because they work for a day. And when the health measures, mitigation measures were instituted in this country, they suffered a lot. Chair, this is a response. The Hustler Fund is a response to the challenges that we went through 2 years ago to restore back the small and micro, small and medium enterprises and re-establish their businesses. The MSME has been recognized in all the policy documents. The Economic Recovery Strategy Program, ERS, the Structural Adjustment Program, which was there in 90s, and also the Vision 2030, and finally the plan by the Kenya Kwanza administration. The importance has been underlined in all other studies, economic studies, and it is our desire that MSMEs can be brought back. And their intervention ranges from as small as 3,000 to 20,000. I asked one circle when I was preparing for this interview, Chair, how much they're spending on hustlers. One circle, which is running a portfolio, to be specific, Boresha Circle, which has branches, 25 branches in Baringo, one in Nakuru, one in Eldoret, one in Laikipia. Their loan book is 9 billion. 70% of that is SMEs, with borrowings not exceeding 20,000. And they turn around this 20,000 on a daily basis and create and make a living out of it. It is my desire and wish that with this intervention, we'll be able to re-establish back businesses of small and micro enterprises in this country. And we'll be able to create jobs, decent jobs, and graduate them from micro to small to medium size, and eventually offload them to the market, and they can go to financial institutions. On the issue on the housing or the placement of MSME in various ministries, trade, agriculture, and MSME ministry, I think, Chair, for the first time, the micro, small, and medium have been placed in one house to coordinate and to design, to come up with policy programs and link up with others, but will be housed in one place. It's the first time we are upgrading this to a full ministerial position. It's the highest recognition it has ever had in our country. So I believe with this recognition, we will have a full department with a principal secretary and accounting officer who will focus, we will focus under my leadership on bringing up the small and micro. On the issue of markets, I had raised by Honorable Kikaria, the intervention of the Hustler Fund will lead to production. We'll have farmers in Githunguri looking for one additional cow. We'll have fishermen in the lake buying new boats and harvesting more fish. They will need coolers. They will need markets for this produce. And it is our intention as a ministry, after all is said and done, we'll then need to focus, working together with the Ministry of Trade, to look for markets, both local and external, because that will be the immediate challenge we will be facing after production has been addressed. There will be oversupply of milk, there will be oversupply of horticultural produce, fish, and all these perishable commodities. And with that, we'll then need to come up with cold chain facilities and also markets. We'll build markets where we need to, especially decent and areas that can be able to house those who are involved in this trade. The Honorable Mule, thank you very much, Honorable on your observations. The Hustler Fund is the most discussed agenda in the country because it touches half of our population. This Hustler Fund, to demonstrate, I don't know in which the chair doesn't want me to use English, but you'll allow me, Chair, that is the language of communication for this for purposes. Chair, the Hustler Fund will be established through a PFM Act, which may not be understood by the common Kenyan, and later by establishment of that fund will be preceded by a policy statement, operational guidelines, and eventually house it under PFM Act or a standalone fund or housed in another fund. Thereafter, we will register hustlers. They will volunteer the information. There will be a form that they will fill. A boda fellow, mama mboga lady, or any Kenyan who feels he would require these funds will apply on his phone, and we will have registration officers in the first maybe 3-4 months. We will facilitate the registration of hustlers. Thereafter, we will group them. Those who want to group themselves, we will assist them to group themselves, and we will train them, and thereafter now enable them, identify how to apply for this money. You can apply for this money without any reference to anybody as long as you meet the criteria of application. So using your phone, having submitted your biodata, having submitted your request, you will be able to now apply for this money. The same way we do, for example, with other fintech borrowing. We can do the same, we will do the same, but now with a single digit interest, not the 3,650% per year. We will then come back with the enabling environment. That is, we need to look for markets. We need to identify industries, the off-takers of this produce, the off-takers of these businesses. We will, through training, we will be able to assist them in feasibility studies. We'll have officers supporting these hustlers to get to do their business. But remember, these hustlers are already in business. Some of them are already trading. What they miss and lack is access to affordable credit. They are already involved they're waking up, they're in Marikiti by 4 a.m. in the morning. So what they need is a jump start to be boosted, to be facilitated with affordable credit. They have been toiling and working hard, but they only work for financial institutions. We now want to bring down the borrowing cost, access, and also support them beyond the borrowing and trading. On the matter of, the question of gender mainstreaming, Chair, we are working with all the gender institutions, gender commissions, and all the Kenya Kwanza focus is to support the vulnerable members of our society, to support women. And in this program, the Hustler Fund, we already know that the biggest beneficiary will be women, because these are the people who are involved more than any other gender in small, medium trading. So there will be no discrimination. The whole intention, women don't have titles, they don't have securities, and they have been depending on their families to support them. This fund will eliminate the issue of securities and replace it with credit score. Any woman who borrows through this fund will grow and graduate, because we will not be focusing on securitization, we will be focusing on ability to pay and credit score. On the access to procurement, we will be the ministry in charge in mainstreaming procurement from government, from micro and small enterprises. We will be able to improve and increase the penetration of government and county governments by small and micro. We are working on a proposal to develop to come up with development centers to mentor, to assist the small and micro. We will be working out, once we roll the fund, as the next focus to have these centers so that business people, the small and micro, can have a place for consultancy. On the question by Honorable Shurie, the fund has also factored in the faith, the Islamic faith, our brothers from almost 10 counties and across the country. And we understand that Islam doesn't accept interest, riba, as a component in borrowing. We are going to come up with products that are acceptable to the Islamic faith, and this will, because our desire is to cover the entire country, notwithstanding religion, notwithstanding the gender, notwithstanding the geographical corners, and even political. Those who voted Kenya Kwanza and those who did not are all Kenyans. This is a fund for the Republic of Kenya. Chair, finally, on the issue of the girls in the Middle East, is a matter that has dodged several ministers in the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection. First, I will begin by saying migration is an important contributor to the country of origin, destination, and also it supports families from the source country. It creates employment, addresses social challenges at the home country, but also transfers services to the destination country. We have had benefits from migrant workers who have been our ambassadors of our country. However, we've also had challenges from some destinations. When I took office in the Ministry of Labor, we had challenges with about 7 countries. Now we've reduced it to 1 destination. We've signed bilateral labor agreements with these countries. We've renegotiated engagements. We've looked at the issue of welfare, protection of these workers, withdrawal of travel documents. The kafala system has been waived by several of these countries. Now we are left with 1 country. However, even the country that we are having still challenges, we have had engagements, and I can see improvement. I've seen support from this house. This budget, this year, we got 70 million shillings to build a safe home, so that Kenyans who are in distress can have a place to stay as they wait to come back home. The embassies have been strengthened. We have deployed labor officers to assist the ambassadors in handling some of the distress cases. Parliament has visited, Senate has visited, and the ministry officials have also visited. We've improved the engagements. We still have challenges. Kenyans have lost lives. This year alone, we've lost 62 Kenyans, and for various reasons that have been given. It's my wish that my predecessor will now have a one-on-one engagement with the government in discussion, and be able to itemize one by one the causes and how to deal with. I also want to report, Chair, that the countries that we have had issues have also moved towards a mutual understanding. They now have a toll-free complaint phone number. They have a police unit dedicated to these house workers and helps who can report any distress. And also,
Honorable Chair, point of intervention.
Yes.
Mr. Chelugui, you're saying what you can do to solve it, but what is the explanation from these Middle East countries and their embassies? It is not normal that 85 people can die. We have housekeepers in Nairobi and maids, but 85 of them have not died. So what is the explanation? Because they owe this country an explanation. So what I want you to tell us, when you engaged with the embassies, what have they said?
Point of order. My point of order is that this nominee is coming here for MSMEs and cooperatives. In a few minutes, we'll have the Cabinet Secretary for Labor, who is a nominee for Labor, who then fits these questions appropriately. We need to look at this his vision for the new ministry.
Yes, but
instead of looking
Honorable Chair,
it's actually taking us our time. But
yes, but Honorable Chair, he has served as the Minister of Labor, so to gauge his suitability for the next position,
yes,
you have to tell us about your performance in the previous position. Yes. Even though you're my friend, I have to ask you the hard question.
Proceed.
Thank you, Chair.
Wind up with...
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Yes.
The explanation, Chair, that I've enumerated first the actions on our side and their side to mitigate the challenges we've been going through. But the explanation that we are receiving is an issue that has not really satisfied us as a government, as a country, and even the House. We have had very many explanations, Honorable Chair. Number one, we've been told these people were in default, were in breach of the laws of that country, but they were taken to a rescue center or rather deportation center where they either starved or they were sick, or some jumped in a floor, or they jumped out of the deportation center. This explanation, Chair, we cannot confirm. We have no jurisdiction. We can only take the reports that we've been given. The way to go would be now enhancing our number of labor attaches. Specifically, the country we're talking about is 3 times or 4 times Kenya. And one labor attaché is not enough. It's not able to deal with these issues. Not undermine or underrating the importance of life, actually went by not following the due procedure. They went without, they didn't use the approved agents. They traveled to that country on their own as tourists, as businessmen. But that is not the issue, because these people have lost life, they have suffered. So the explanation that we have, even when all this is said and done, you don't have to lose life. But that detailed explanation we're not been given. We've done a lot to get that information. I've appeared in this out severally over the same question, and that answer has not been provided because we are working through diplomatic channels.
I will give a chance to Honorable Junet. One question.
Yeah, one question, Speaker. Thank you, Chair. Chair, actually, I have listened keenly to the cabinet nominee, and I wanted to seek a clarification. Chair, you know, they say the more things change, the more they remain the same. If you go to a cabinet nominee to this Wezo Fund website of the government, they're saying, welcome to Wezo Fund, the flagship program for Vision 2030, aimed at enabling women, youth, and persons with disability access finance to promote businesses and enterprise. But the funny thing also is they're saying the fund is highly devolved and adopted the concept of bottom-up approach with the decision-making done at the grassroots level in 2014, and they have disbursed 6.9 billion shillings directly and supported 1,877 beneficiaries with 69% success. Now, and the interest rate of this fund is 0%. There was no interest on it. The people were just being given money to start businesses and to refund. Now, the clarification I was seeking is that if you give this hustler fund, and majority of the people you are targeting are startups. People want to start business now. People want to buy a new border. People want to start small-scale businesses, small traders. And this Uwezo Fund concept, which they are saying in their website, by then Jubilee government, that it was a bottom-up approach, never succeeded. How will a fund which will have an interest, however small it is, which is going to be refunded, help somebody to start a business? How will you incubate a startup using that kind of money?
Simon, before you answer that, let me just ask you 2 questions. Now, as you roll out this fund, you have rightly said many of these people are either in business or some are going to be startups. Now, you will have to tell us what kind of national infrastructure you are going to put in place to help what you rightly call the offtake. Take, for example, where some of us come from, Kinawandai and others. These are areas, even when the country is unfortunately being ravaged by drought, they're still getting good rains. People want to take 5,000 shillings, 10,000 shillings to grow more beans, more maize, more potatoes. But as drought is ravaging Kenyans in the north and the east, women are still going to roadside with bananas, with potatoes, with all sorts of crops, and staying there until evening and going back home without even selling. So for you to make the hustler succeed, what infrastructure do you want to put in place in terms of cold rooms, movement trucks, and so on, so that whatever they are going to double in production can move to consumption markets? Because there's absolutely no point for us to be crying to Mexico to send us maize when you have potatoes and bananas rotting by the roadside in Kisii, in Siaya, in Bungoma, and so on. This is squarely within your purview. Number 2, the story of cooperatives is what the Chinese would call sweet and sour. Out there, many average people are very frightened of the managers of cooperatives. Because every cooperatives you go to, there are a few examples that may have succeeded, but you'll find the managers of the cooperatives are filthy rich. Their members are in abject poverty and are the ones who produce. What management structure are you going to engineer to ensure that now there is respect for public property in the management of cooperatives, so that even the small hustler with 10 shares must have those shares protected and get just returns?
Just to add to that, Mr. Speaker,
yes.
The richest man in my constituency is a cooperative man, is a cooperative manager. I don't want to mention names.
Yes, Ichungwa.
Speaker, maybe it's good that you have raised that issue of cooperatives, and the CS would tell us how probable, just in addition to what the Speaker is asking, how probable is it for you to ensure that we have something in the sense of what KDIC does with banks, the Kenya Depository Insurance Fund, corporation or rather, a fund like that, like KDIC, that will ensure that cooperators' money is secured, so that you also encourage people to join the cooperative societies and also ensure there is proper governance structures in the cooperatives. I'll give you an example. In Kiambu County, there is a SACCO, the cooperative SACCO that was called Ekeza SACCO, and they collected people's money, disappeared with the money, and they then hide in politics to run away from paying people's money. I'd also want to hear what you intend to do to make sure that those people who are running cooperative societies fleecing Kenyans, that they do not come and hide in politics, that you will make sure that they get people's money back to them.
Yes, Simon.
Thank you, Chair. Let me start with Honorable Jeanette. Chair, yes, as before the Honorable member came, we had actually talked about the existence of the current affirmative funds and various similar intervention, but the focus and the kind of size of intervention was not the kind of focus we have right now. We are now looking at it wholesome. We have looked at the performance of the three funds. We looked at WESO, youth, women, the challenges they went through, and how best to make them better. The ASLA fund is a big intervention. 50 billion shillings in a year is relative to what the banks have is not much, but relative to earlier intervention is a serious intervention. Now, to ensure the uptake and the impact of these funds across the country, will need governance, leadership, and also structures being put in place to ensure that these funds achieve their objective. For one, banks have been lending to micro and small, but using various access methods, which many of our small and micro cannot afford. This fund will ease the access of this fund, the money, and also shift from security-based lending to credit score lending. And it will consider women and youth who may not have securities to start up their businesses. So the fellows who are doing boda, some are riders who want to own their boda. Some are buying 1 bag of vegetables every morning in Marikiti. He wants to increase the stock because he has access to better markets. He wants another bag, but doesn't have the money. So what we will be doing is using the digital application that we have now, the popular fintechs. We will be able to support these women. I spoke to one bank chair who came to see me to just explore ideas about the application of the Hustler Fund, and they have also a fintech. They have a fintech platform that is lending, and many women in Nairobi, over 100,000 women, borrow between 15 and 30,000 at 4 a.m. in the morning. That is the time they are buying their wares. They refund this money between 4 and 8. Just around Nairobi. This is the experience, the output of the pilot that we are doing. Now, our intervention is not money. It is changing the rate of interest. That is the impact of our intervention. That these ladies will save more because we are going to reduce the rate of borrowing and also organize them to start saving for their retirement. So this fund is not just a loan. It has more. It is more than just a loan. So that is the intervention that we're having with the boda. Now on 0% rate, I think it's not practical because we need to also mentor these people. Eventually, we don't expect them to remain small and micro forever. We want them to start preparing them to borrow, build relationship, open accounts, and start growing, even going beyond Africa, beyond Kenya. So this practice needs to be inculcated at the beginning so that you pay interest. There's a cost of administration of the fund. We want to send officers to check. We want the intermediaries to participate, to recover, and to lend, to provide advisory services as the last mile of delivery of this money. So what I can assure the country is this fund will be below 10%. And we are talking between around 9, and we're still thinking of bringing it down, or those are discussions going on. It's not yet clear. We will bring this discussion to this House for your ratification. The Honorable Speaker, the national infrastructure to support MSME is a very important intervention to enable the Hustler Fund. As you say, as you drive from Nairobi to Western, you find so many Kenyans along the way in Naivasha, in Nakuru, in Torongo, in Eldoret, towards Tarbo, all the way to Bungoma. All these people, you go to Mombasa, the same. You go to Mount Kenya, the same. You go to Northeastern, the same. Those are small and micro people. Those are Kenyans. These are Kenyans who also aspire for a better living. But unfortunately, sometimes they can stay on that roadside for a whole day. To facilitate them, we would need now to create markets for this produce. We would need warehouses for this produce, and we would need cold rooms. Already, the HCDA had done some intervention, however small they are, it has assisted. But we need to scale up. And we will want to work out, once we have done the lending, we will need to work with the Ministry of Agriculture, who are doing the milk dairy. They can assess the output, and we will need to know how then can we assure the market for the produce, excess produce. On the issue of cooperative, including the logistics and export market, as I said, Chair, my output, the Ministry of MSME and Cooperative, is the input of the Ministry of Trade. So I will work with my colleague, the Honorable Moses Kuria, the CS nominee for Trade, to establish, survey their output, and also establish external markets for this produce. So we will want to work with also our embassies, to the trade officers who have been appointed, they have been posted. We need to see value. We need to get value from these people. We need to exploit the East African Community Market, which has imbalances of produce and products. We need to look at African trade, free trade area. Our biggest market now in Kenya is Africa, not Europe, not America. We need to build, because logistically it's cheaper. And also culturally we are similar. So we need to harness the potential of Africa first. Finally, the issue of cooperatives. Chair, you can say it again. The issue of cooperative has been a nightmare. We have people who invested in big banks now, posting profits, 35 billion, 40 billion a year, but no single cooperator gets a single dividend. This has been taken over by cooperative leaders. And to arrest that situation, to restore back the investment and the sweat of the investors, we, as I've told you, we have the ethics unit within the cooperatives, working together with the ethics and anti-corruption, signing an MOU with ethics and anti-corruption to bring back sanity. People must repay. We must recover asset. Asset Recovery Authority, working with us, will be able to restore sanity in the cooperative sector. We look forward to those days when the days of Alfred Briggen, when people closed shops, and he. So we will need to create another authority that is empowered and is able to bite, is able to restore sanity in the cooperative. We are the best cooperative in the world. We are number 7. And in Africa, we are number 1. We have 22,000 cooperatives with assets worth 1.5 trillion, with loans worth 1 trillion across the country. So we need to harness this. We need to protect this, and we can only protect it by enforcing administration of the fund. Chair, I'm not surprised that the richest man in Migori is a cooperative officer, is a cooperative manager, and we will need now people to earn commensurate to their position. Finally, on the cooperative, on the question by the majority leader, KDIC, since we established Kenya Deposit Insurance Company, we have seen sanity, Honorable Chair, in the banking sector. We saw so many banks, rural and urban banks, who are involved in who are involved in housing collapse. But with the insurance protection, we've seen sanity, and banks have stabilized, savings have grown, and people have been assured of their investment. We need a similar, because we are going to use SACCOs to lend to small and micro. I expect savings to increase across the SACCO family, and therefore the assurance of the safety of their money becomes important. And therefore, either by memorandum of understanding with KDIC or establishment of an independent credit guarantee scheme across the SACCO will need to be established, because there will be now increased deposits by SMEs, and that exposes their savings. In Kiambu, we also look forward to a shared digital platform where SACCOs can actually borrow from each other to create liquidity, so that any SACCO who is having financial liquidity challenge can actually borrow from the neighboring SACCO. However, we will need to strengthen SASRA, the regulator of SACCOs, to ensure that every day through this single platform we can be able to view and see the performance of each SACCO. What we have seen in EKESA is 2 books of accounts, Honorable Chair. We have one record for the regulator and one record for the member, and the real record. When we have a common platform, we will be able, the regulator will be able to view the performance without, even before reports are filed, you will be able to see performance of each SACCO. This is how we are going to expose the unscrupulous cooperative SACCO leaders. Chair, we will still pursue, the case of EKESA is on, and we will pursue to its logical conclusion, and any other SACCO where members have been involved and they have been investigated and found culpable, we will submit them to the laws of the country. I submit, Chair.
Chair, just one clarification from the nominee.
With your indulgence, Chair.
With your indulgence, please.
Yes, Unit.
Chair, thank you for your indulgence, Chair. Chair, if you look at the ministry's name, it's very good. Ministry of Cooperatives and SMEs. And Chair, what drives the clarification I'm seeking, majorly business in the country, is the SMEs, so the people who drive the economy. But Chair, one of the things that they have really suffered from for the last 10 years, even at the county level and at the national level, is what is called pending bills. People who do business with county governments and people who do government and national government, and they are never paid. Those people have been auctioned. Those people have problems, Waziri. And the last communication during the campaign was that when we form government, we'll pay them in 30 days. It's on record. So what plans do you have? Because those people are really, really suffering in this country. When do you think, are you going to be able to pay them immediately you are sworn in if this committee approves you? What is your future plan for these people? They are really suffering.
Thank you, Chair. And probably I give nominee a minute to write what he's writing. I've just heard you say that you'll bring the SACCOs so that they can borrow among themselves. Probably you are aware that we have what is called Cusco, which is a corporate of corporates in this country. You want to tell me Cusco has been unable to facilitate the corporates to borrow from each other and deal with the issue which has been raised by Kimani Chungwa of what you have just rightly said, a corporate with 3 books. And I think if that is the truth what you are saying, what will you do first before you deal with the SACCO to deal with the Cusco? Are you
talking of a cooperative or a corporate? No, they are not one and the same.
Chair, all the cooperatives in this country, they have the umbrella called Cusco, which is the union of cooperatives. Is that true? Yes.
Now,
I'm not disputing what you are saying. I was just cautioning you that a corporate is not a cooperative.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. So we just need to hear from him so that we can be able to understand.
Will be the very last.
Yes. Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa nizungumze kwa Kiswahili.
Endelea.
Ningependa kuomba nominee afafanue ama aeleze kwa urefu kidogo. Kuna mama kule nje anauza mboga zake ama anauza omena, tayari ni mfanyabiashara. Kuna yule mama ama kijana ama mlemavu pia ambao angependa kuanzisha biashara ndogo. Hii ni kuhusu hustler fund. Swali ni hii: kuna uwezekano ya yule mama ama kijana kuweza kupata hizi pesa kama binafsi bila kukua ndani ya chama ama cooperative? Kama jibu ni ndio, ni njia gani ataweza kupata hizo pesa kama binafsi, mfanyabiashara binafsi? Nadhani Wakenya wangependa kujua. Asante.
Last but not least, Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Chairman,
please let no member raise his tag again.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Mr. Chelugui, I hope you are going to engage the county askaris, the police officers, and the chiefs, because when you do lend the women or the hustlers this money, you're going to have a situation where you give them money in the morning to go and buy their wares. Then the county askaris will confiscate them and keep them. And then those women will not be able to pay you back. Or you'll have a situation where the police ask for a bribe, and then they will not have money to repay you in the evening. So if you don't engage them and sensitize them to know, if the women are on the street hawking illegally, all you have to tell them is take your wares and leave within the next 1 hour. You don't have to take their wares and go and divide among yourselves in the evening. So if you don't engage them, the hustler fund will collapse.
Simon, answer all those in 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. On the matter of pending bills, Chair, I think there are discussion by government to address this matter. I cannot give specific at this time, although I acknowledge the challenge our small and micro are going through by not being paid. There have been programs, plans by the previous administration or the outgoing administration to address the matter of pending bills. I believe when this government is established, it will put together a team to address and organize the resolution of this matter, which affects many small and micro. On the issue of SACCOS and Cusco, I agree with the Honorable Mule that we have the Union of Unions of SACCOS, that is Cusco. However, Chair, the CLF, the Central Liquidity Fund, is a pool fund, is a common fund that puts together all there are SACCOs who have excess liquid overnight, what we call in banking overnight lending. So what we have been having, when a society or a SACCO falls in liquidity, they resort to the normal banks, and that sometimes can bring them down because of the cost. Cusco is just a union. It articulates, it champions issues of SACCOs and cooperative society, but does not address the issue of now credit and savings. So the Central Liquidity Fund is like what we have in the banking sector, which central bank intervenes when a bank falls short in terms of liquidity. Since our focus is being pushed towards this end, it is important to put up a deposit protection facility, as mentioned by Honorable Shungwa, and also a central liquidity fund that will pool the excess liquidity to support any SACCO. I believe with peers you will be able to resolve at a reasonable rate. Kuna mama mboga ako pale nje.
Hiyo swali ulikuwa umejibu, but I think she wants you to speak in Kiswahili to somebody who has triggered her to ask the question.
Ningependa kuwaeleza wamama wetu ambao kila wakati wanaamka asubuhi kutafuta kusaidia familia zao, kwamba hii pesa ya Hustler ita Kiswahili na kwa ngumu, Honorable Chair, but hii pesa imepangwa kuwafikia wamama wote wa Kenya wanaofanya biashara mtaani, wanaofanya biashara mchini, na pia ile swala haswa ambao tunataka kuokoa ni ile riba wamama wanalipa wakikopa pesa kutoka watu wale wanapeana pesa reja kutoka mabenki na kutoka hazina ambazo wanakopesha pesa.
I think swali lake ni kwamba kama hujaingia katika cooperative yoyote au kikundi chochote, wewe kama mfanyabiashara binafsi utakuwa na nafasi ya kupata hizi pesa.
Asante, pole Chair.
Mary, was that your question?
Pole Chair, pole mwenyekiti. Ningependa kumweleza mheshimiwa kwamba wale wamama wote ambao wamejiunga ama hawajajiunga na vikundi wako na nafasi na njia ya kunufaika na hii hazina ya Hustler Fund. Unaweza kopa hii pesa ukiwa mwewe binafsi ama kupitia kikundi. Hii pesa unaweza tumia simu yako, unaweza andika barua, unaweza kupitia maofisa, na unaweza kupitia mahali mabenki ama sako ambao wako katika kaunti zetu.
Asante sana. Take 3 minutes to tell us your final wish.
Involvement of chiefs and county and police as asked by the Deputy Speaker. And I want to...
the brutality of the Kanjos.
Yes.
I think that's what she's asking.
We will collaborate with all the stakeholders. This is a government intervention, and we will want to rally everybody alongside this plan. So the police, the county governments, and the chiefs are part and parcel of this program. Thank you.
3 minutes to tell us your final wish.
Thank you, Chair. First and foremost, I want to appreciate the opportunity given to me to appear before this honorable house, led by you, the Speaker, and the Deputy Speaker, and honorable members. Chair, I have served diligently this country in various capacities. I look forward to serve in the same with the same commitment, the same focus, and be a contributor towards and supporting and impacting on the bottom of the pyramid. I want to thank His Excellency the President William Samoei Ruto for the honor and the appointment, the nomination for this position. This is trust. He has shown trust in me, and I will not let him down, and I will not let this country down. I'll work. I understand the enormity of the task of the hustlers, of the many Kenyans who are suffering in cooperatives, and the need to bring sanity in this sector. Finally, I want to thank my family, my wife, my children, and my parents. I also thank the people of my community where I come from, that is Mogotio and Baringo, who actually mentored me, supported me to this level where I stand before this house. So, Honorable Chair, I promise I will work together with this house. I will respond to any call from this house, any summon to this house, and any communication or request for information from this house. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Simon. We now release you to go to your other duties. If you have any documents to exchange with the clerk's office, please do so out there. The sergeant will now show you the way. Honorable members, I'll give you a 5-minute stretch as we prepare to get the Honorable Salim Mvuria.
Na mtazamaji, zamu yake waziri mteule katika wizara ya mashirika na kuboreshwa ama uboreshaji wa biashara ndogondogo na za kadri Simon Chelugui imekwisha sasa, hapo akiondoka mbele ya kamati ya uteuzi ya bunge ambayo imempigia msasa na kumuuliza maswali mengi kuhusiana na ufafu wake na uwezo wake na ufundi wake wa jinsi atakavyoweza kufanikisha wizara hii ambayo kwake serikali yake Rais William Ruto ni wizara mpya. Manake katika serikali iliyopita ni kwamba idara hii ilikuwa chini ya idara ama swala la ushirika na biashara ndogondogo na za kadri ilikuwa imetengwa kama idara wala si wizara, lakini kwa sasa itakuwa inatengwa kama wizara ama itakuwa inahudumu kama wizara ikiwa imepewa mwongozo chini ya Simon Chelugui ambaye ndiye ameteuliwa kuweza kuongoza wizara hiyo, iwapo jinsi alivyojitetea na iwapo jinsi alivyozungumzia kuboresha idara hii ama wizara hii, basi wabunge wataona anafaa, basi watampa nafasi hiyo. Lakini kwa sasa zamu yake imekwisha. Maswali mengi yameulizwa hapo kuhusiana na jinsi atakavyofanikisha ama atakavyohakikisha kwamba kuna ufanisi wa Hustler Fund ambayo inasubiriwa sana kwa hamu na ghamu na Wakenya wote, hususan wale walio kwenye viwango vya chini, wale wanaojihusisha na biashara ndogondogo na za kadri, na wale Wakenya ambao wapo kwenye mashirika tofauti tofauti. Ikikumbukwa kwamba wengi walio kwenye biashara za kilimo basi huwa na mashirika tofauti tofauti ama hupenda kuwekeza kwenye mashirika tofauti tofauti, lakini mashirika hayo kulingana na Chelugui alikuwa anasema yamekumbwa na mizozo na hata kukosa kuwa na fedha za kutosha, akieleza kwamba ni kutokana na mwongozo mbaya wa viongozi walioko pale. Anasema kwamba ataweza kuboresha mashirika hayo kwa kuhakikisha kwamba macho yote yanaelekezwa pale kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna ubadhirifu wa fedha na kwamba hakuna yoyote atakuwa na nafasi ya kuangusha mashirika hayo. Maswali mengi yaliyohusiana na kitita cha Hustler ama ukipenda Hustler Fund, wabunge hapo wameweza kumuuliza swali kuhusu kama Hustler Fund sio kujumuishwa tena kwa baadhi ya vitita vilivyoko tayari, ikiwemo kile kitita cha Uwezo Fund, ikiwemo kitita cha Youth Fund na kitita cha Women Fund, wakisema itakuwa na tofauti gani Hustler Fund kuwekwa tena, ilhali tayari vipo vitita ambavyo vinanuia kuimarisha maisha ya imani Mkenya, mwanamke, kijana ama walemavu. Vile vile Chelugui akijitetea akisema kwamba vitita hivi vya fedha ambavyo vimetengwa kwa muda wa miaka kadhaa bado havijaweza kuwafikia lengo lake la kupunguza umaskini. Kwa hivyo anasema bilioni 50 zitakuwa zinatengwa kila mwaka kuhakikisha kwamba 50% ya Wakenya, wengi wao wakiwa ni wafanyabiashara wadogo na wale wa kadri, waweze kufaidika zaidi. Na pia la muhimu ni kwamba wataweza kuweka akiba ya sasa na akiba ya pesa za uzeeni maarufu pension fund, ambapo sio kwamba tu ni loan ambayo imepeanwa kwa hawa vijana ama wafanyabiashara, bali ni kwamba kutakuwa na riba, lakini riba yake ni ndogo tu, na ni riba ambayo itakuwa inakwenda kwa kuweka akiba zake mwenyewe huyu mfanyabiashara, akisema katika shilingi 1000 basi kutakuwa na shilingi 50 inayokatwa maksusi tu kwenda kujaza ile nafasi ya kuweka ile akiba. Anayekuja baada ya mapumziko haya atakuwa ni aliyekuwa gavana wa kaunti ya Kwale Salim Mkala Mvurya, ambaye atakuwa anajieleza ufafu wake katika wizara ya uchimbaji madini na uchumi samawati. Mtazamaji, na kurudisha studioni kwa matangazo tu mafupi, lakini muda si muda kama tutakuwa inakaa tena na kumpiga msasa Salim Mkala Mvurya.
Well, those live pictures are from County Hall, where the vetting of the 22 Cabinet Secretary nominees has entered day 5, with 4 nominees scheduled to appear before the 15-member Committee on Appointments that is being chaired by the Speaker of the National Assembly, Moses Wetangula. Remember, those scheduled to appear before the committee Saturday include Simon Kiprono Chelugui, Cabinet Secretary nominee for Cooperative and Micro SMEs Development, who has just completed his interview. And coming up next is Salim Mvurya, who is the Cabinet Secretary nominee for Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs. After that, Florence Kipngetich Bore, Labour and Social Protection, will be following him, and later on Masi Keiro Wanjau, who is the Secretary to the Cabinet nominee, will be following later on in the afternoon. Remember, Simon Chelugui is the Labour Minister currently, and he is the only man from the previous cabinet to be retained from the 22 cabinet secretaries in President Uhuru Kenyatta's administration. And when he appeared before the National Assembly's Committee on Appointments for Vetting as Water and Sanitation Cabinet Secretary nominee in 2018, Chelugui declared his net worth at 796 million shillings. Today, his net worth currently stands at 993 million shillings. He was asked to mention his take on various issues, such as the number of projects enumerated while he was the head of the Ministry for Water, including the sewer project in Kikuyu and Karimenu Dam. And at the same time, he mentioned that he would encourage all the MSMEs to save, so that budget allocation can be shifted from social protection towards a contributory social security. At the same time, he was told to rather give his take on matters pertaining the Hustler Fund. Remember, if approved, he will head the cooperative and micro, small and medium enterprises development docket, and he will have the challenging task of spearheading the implementation and rollout of the 50 billion shilling Hustler Fund, which is an important feature in President Ruto's campaign that, among others, aims to set up occupational schemes for small-scale traders such as Buddha Buddhas and Mama Mboga. And remember, let's take a look at a bit of his profile. Simon Kiprono Chelugui is the current Cabinet Secretary for Labour after his appointment in January 2020. Prior to this, he served as the Cabinet Secretary for Water. And remember, he holds a master's degree in Finance, Investment, Strategic Management and Bachelor's of Commerce, specializing in Management Science option. And he also has been extensively trained in corporate governance. He has over 20 years work experience in corporate governance, policy formulation, monitoring and reviewing implementation and technical policies. And at the same time, water engineering, finance, investment and strategic management, and has worked directly with different government institutions. At the same time, he was vested with the Elder of Golden Heart Presidential Award for his outstanding stewardship and service. Well, let's take a look at the man who shall be following him right after this break, and that is Salim Mvurya. Remember, the two-term Kwale governor, Salim Mvurya, has been nominated for the Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs Cabinet Secretary post, and if appointed, Mvurya will be in charge of exploration and mining, policy management, inventory and mapping of mineral resources, development policy and standards. And in addition, Mvurya will take charge of policies and on the management of quarrying and industrial minerals, and under which he is expected to provide a clear roadmap on the management of health conditions, health and safety in mines, mining capacity development and value addition, The nominee is likely to be asked to comment on how he intends to put in place to ensure miners operate in a safe environment. Remember, many miners in Migori and other parts of the country have been affected, or rather some have even lost their lives in the line of duty. And after the vetting of Salim Bore, Florence Bore is expected to follow. And remember, she ran for Kericho Women Rep position and she is the Labor and Social Protection Cabinet Secretary nominee. Well, on that note, we shall be taking a short break. We shall be right back.
The legends and familiar chants will grace KBC once again. Don't miss.
His muscle shut nayo. Huku. Wacha tu. For your information, I do not have any money on me. Niko tu hivyo and the money I have reinvested.
Makono tu.
Mozambique.
Wiki hii kwenye mkulima tutafuga mdudu aina ya black soldier fly. Alafu tuangazie uzuri wa konokono.
Konokono ni mnyama ambaye kutokana na ile utafiti tumefanya uko na manufaa mengi sana. Kwa mfano, konokono ni mnyama ambaye anatoa maji ambayo huitwa slime. Na tumekuja kugundua kwamba hiyo slime ikitengeneza mafuta inakuwa ni suluhisho kwa magonjwa mingi.
Kisha tuzingatie kilimo hai.
Mbolea ya kiasili haina madhara vile, kwa sababu hata kawaida naturally unapata miti peke yake ama kwa forest sinajitengenezea mbolea.
Jiunge nasi Jumapili hapa KBC Channel 1 kwa mseto kamili wa kilimo.
And welcome back. Remember, this is the comprehensive coverage of the vetting of the 22 Cabinet Secretary nominees, and currently they are on break. And remember, let's go to County Hall.
Testify on all matters in question and tell this committee the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me Allah.
Honorable members, the nominee for the Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs is before you. The Honorable Salim Vuria. This is a committee of Parliament, the National Assembly, whose mandate under our standing orders, the law and the Constitution, is to test your suitability for the docket to which you are nominated. You are going to have a 90-minute engagement with the committee where members will ask you questions or make comments. You are advised to answer questions through the chair, as members will also ask questions through the chair. We encourage you to be concise and precise in your answers. Don't volunteer unnecessary and unhelpful information where it has not been sought, so that we can make good progress. We advise you that this is not an adversarial process. It's a process with a lot of candor, respect for the House and the nominee. But members will ask hard questions, firm questions, to which we expect honest answers. Once we finish the preliminaries, we'll give you an opportunity to, in 10 minutes, tell us the story of your life. And at the end of the proceedings, we'll give you another 2-3 minutes to tell us your final wish to the committee. We will introduce the members of the committee. The chair of the committee is the speaker. Yours truly here. I'll ask the deputy speaker and members to introduce themselves.
I'm Gladys Boss, member for Uasin Gishu County and Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. Karibu.
Thank you. MP Kikuyu.
Yeah, my name is Opio Wandai, MP Ugunji.
Junet Mohammed, MP Suna East.
My name is Owen Baya, MP Kilifi North.
Yeah, I'm Robert Mbui, MP for Kadiani.
My name is Rehab Mukami, County MP Nyeri.
I'm Ferdinand Kevin Wanyonyi, Member of Parliament Kwanza, Trans Nzoia County.
My name is George Gitonga Murugara, MP Tharaka, Tharaka Nithi County.
And mine is David Kosing, MP Pokot South, West Pokot County.
I'm Abdul Rahim Daoud, MP for Nordimenti, Meru County.
Honorable Mishi Juma Mboko, MP Likoni constituency, your immediate neighbor.
Thank you. Caleb Amis, MP Sabot.
Abdi Shurie Balambala, Garissa County.
Emase Mary, Teso South.
Gikaria David, Nakuru Town East.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
We also have our clerk to the National Assembly and her staff. You'll introduce yourselves.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Sarah Kyoko. I'm the acting clerk of the National Assembly, and I have with me the Director, Audit, Appropriation, and other select committees, Ms. Florence Abonyo, and the Deputy Director, Legal Services, Mr. Michael Karuru, together with a raft of other staff assisting this committee. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Bwana Mvurya, we need you to deal with some preliminaries in terms of documentation. Do you have your tax compliance certificate?
Yes, I have.
Your Higher Education Loans Board?
Yes, I have.
Clearance with the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission?
Yes, I have.
Your certificate of good conduct from the DCI?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever been charged in a court of law and convicted of a criminal offense?
No.
Are you a dual citizen of Kenya and any other sovereign?
No.
You have your national identity card, the original?
Yes.
You'll pass on to the clerk's team together with the original documents for them to compare with what you already forwarded to us. What is your financial net worth?
My financial net worth, Mr. Chairman, is 120 million in land, houses, bank account. Yeah.
Houses, bank account?
Bank account, yeah.
No vehicles?
Yeah, vehicles, sorry. Vehicles
Yes.
also. Yeah, 120 million.
120 million. Give you your 10 minutes. If you take less, the better. The journey of your life up to where you are.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman and members of this committee. I want to restate my names. Salim Mvuria Mgala Mvuria. I was born in a small village in Kwale County called Kazandani. I went to school at Mavrivirini Primary School, and I finished KCP exam. Then I was admitted at Mpeketoni Secondary School in Lamu County, where I did my KCSE, and I qualified to join Egerton University, where I graduated with a degree in agribusiness management. And thereafter, I worked for some time. Then I got a scholarship with the Ford Foundation in their international fellowship program. And I went to do my master's at the University of Sussex Institute of Development Studies in Brighton, England, UK. I started working as a contractual employee in 1995 at Rea Vipingo Plantations, where I was a field monitoring officer. Thereafter, I joined Tegemeo Institute of Development Policy and Agriculture, where I worked as a research assistant for about 1 year. And in this particular research project, we were able to move around 11 districts of our country. We were actually working under a project that is called the Agricultural Investment Program. Then after that, I was employed at Kwale Rural Support Program as a field officer. This is an Aga Khan Foundation project, and I worked for about 2 years. Then I was employed by Plan International in 2000 as a program officer. And within 1.5 years, I got a promotion to be a program unit manager. I also worked in the same organization as area manager, and also became acting country director at some point for 2 months. And within this experience as an employee of all these organizations, I was able to acquire a lot of experience in development planning and implementation. And therefore, in 2012, I decided to contest for the position of governor, where I served for 2 terms from 2013 to 2022. Within all these positions, Honorable Chairman and members, I was able to design and implement transformative programs in the areas that I worked. And one of the things that I have left as a legacy in Kwale County is the social development programs, economic programs, and also political transformation. In the area of socio-economic development, we were able to begin a very exciting program of education we call Elimu ni Sasa, where we were giving scholarships to students, and as I was handing over, we had over 4,035 who were at the universities and 7,885 in the national school program, where we were paying for their fees in the 4 years of their schooling. In terms of economic transformation, as I left office, I left Kwale ready for economic takeoff. And also in terms of political transformation, I think we've been able to have a situation in the county where accountability and governance is one of the things that citizens look at in everything that is done. And I think we also made history to have the first female Muslim governor in Kenya through that arrangement. So I think I come here, Mr. Chairman and all members, to discuss with you this new responsibility of mining, blue economy, and maritime affairs. If you look at my journey, in all the areas that I have been in positions of leadership. In secondary school, I was a head boy and school captain. At the university, I was chairman of agribusiness, and also I have served in other capacities. I've been the chairman, Jumuiya Counties of Pwani, a regional economic bloc, where we were able to develop a blueprint which was focusing on some of the resources that will be discussed today on blue economy. So I think I present myself to this committee and Kenyans being very sure that I have the competencies and the requisite experience to serve as the CS Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs. So Mr. Chairman, I'm looking forward to a very exciting discussion, because I think mining, blue economy and maritime affairs is fairly a new ministry. But I think through the discussion here, through the collaboration with the National Assembly and all other stakeholders, we should be able to have a situation where we begin to rediscover the road to prosperity through this particular ministry. Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Thank you, Salim. Thank you for those introductory story about your life. I'll now open the floor to members to engage you in the manner that I had said. Our time is 90 minutes, including the time already consumed. Let's try and keep time as much as we can. David Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Mvurya, congratulations on your nomination as the Cabinet Secretary for Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs. I just have one question for you. There's been allegations of corruption in relation to issuing of mining licenses and other permits in the mining sector under the Mining Act, where the Cabinet Secretary retains the power to issue those licenses. What will you do to root out the alleged corruption in that particular area? And also, we know you are governor of Kwale. We know that in May 2022, we had residents who had been relocated out of the area where the titanium mining is happening, and they actually had a demonstration because they said they had not received their royalties in relation to the mines. Despite the fact that government is receiving almost 6 billion out of the mines, but the residents have not been compensated. You can enlighten us how you're going to cure that. Thank you.
Kimani Ichung'wah.
Thank you, Chair. Governor Mvurya, I would want to hear what you intend to do to stop the prevalent fishing or exploitation of our marine resources in our high seas by foreigners, especially what we hear, huge Chinese vessels that come fish and process our fish in our high seas. What you intend to do about that? Two, Governor Mvurya, you have indicated in your statement of net worth on item number 24 that you are worth on net basis about 120 million. And I'm sure you did disclose how much you are worth by the time you are becoming governor. Maybe how much was that before being governor in 2013?
In 2012, I think it was less than 10 million.
Less than 10 million. And you've also indicated that your sources of income is your salary as governor of about 1.136 million.
Yes,
in gross terms.
Yes.
So assuming that's in gross terms, if you were to even take a tax of, on average, 35%, in 10 years, then you'd have earned about 88.6 million. Did you have other loans or liabilities by the time you were governor? Did you have access to facilities like mortgage facilities? Have you taken up as governor any mortgage facility or car grants or car loans that you are servicing at the time you are governor? Thank you.
Governor,
you'll take 4, then you answer them together.
Governor, I have had occasion to visit your county in the last parliament when I was chairing the Public Accounts Committee on the matter of royalties which were due from base titanium to the government. A number of issues arose, and even as we speak, some more issues have arisen. Specifically, the controversy surrounding the renewal of a special mining license for base titanium mining company in Kwale County, in total disregard to the concerns raised by the locals in Kwale about the grabbing of community land and expropriation of minerals by the said company, which has happened under your watch. Because you know, as governor, essentially you are the custodian of the community interests. These interests include land and other natural resources. So you are being accused by some people from your county that you had a hand in the renewal of this special mining license to base titanium company. Kindly clarify to us any role that you might have played in this controversial renewal of the mining license to base titanium. Thank you.
Janet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman and Speaker also. Chair, I would like to ask the nominee, because this ministry that he's been nominated for, Ministry of Blue Economy and Mining, deals majorly with issues from where I come from in Migori, 50 to 60%. Because the blue economy issue is a fishing issue, I want to ask him what he intends to do about fishing in that side of the country, restocking of fish production. What do you intend to do to revamp the fishing industry, which has collapsed in the lake region? What plans do you have? And secondly, the issue of mining. As you're aware, nominee, there is a lot of gold mining in Migori. And there are a lot of unscrupulous business people who have opened mines there, including companies from outside the country, Chinese, who are doing a lot of mining there for the last 5-10 years. So how do you intend to revamp that place so that the mining industry becomes productive for the people of that area, so that they can benefit from the mining, instead of people coming there and mine gold, many kilos of gold, and disappear with it without even paying any taxes to the government? There's a lot of contraband mining that is going on there at the moment.
Owen?
Just a quick one, Governor. Just one. The fishermen at the coast, especially, they want fishing nets, they want fishing gears, and they want all these inhibiting statutes removed and regulations removed, so that they're able to go to the ocean, to the sea, fish, and make money, especially the hustler fishermen. But there's a lot of inhibition. What are you going to do to ensure that the fisherman at the coast doesn't sleep hungry? Two, the former president launched a 10 billion fund, KMDF, that fund, 10 billion to assist fishermen at the coast. But up to now, I think it's like 3 years, we have not seen any impact. How are you going to salvage this fund so that it gets to the right fishermen, the artisanal fishermen, and all the people in the fishing industry, to help the hustlers come out of their poverty? I thank you.
Chairman, I forgot something. Very small.
Yes.
If you allow me. Yeah, Governor, there are these national fish quality control laboratories that were established in Kisumu, Nairobi, and Mombasa way back in 2017 through support from government of Spain. And they cost about 1 billion Kenya shillings. Up to date, there are staff deployed to these 3 laboratories, around 60 of them in total. But they are idle because there's been no budget allocation, nothing at all is happening in these laboratories. Kindly help us understand what you plan to do with them. Yeah.
Thank you. Owen, switch off your microphone. Salim? Pardon? Salim, you can now answer the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. I begin with a question that has been asked by Honorable Gladys Sholey on issues of licensing and corruption. I think in the ministry, before a license is issued, it's a process where the mining rights board has to do vetting, have to look at all the applications before the CS issues the license. And I think, as you correctly put it, we are also living in a situation where we have people who would wish to benefit in that particular process. And that's why, if this committee is satisfied that I can hold that docket, we will immediately digitize that process so that those who want to apply for licenses do not have to run around looking for people in hotels for breakfast meeting or whatever. They can do it at a click of a button. So I think once this committee is satisfied, one of the very early actions that I will take at the CS is to make sure that we digitize this particular process so that then it becomes easier to control, it becomes easier also to track, and it also becomes easier to know those people who have applied for licenses. Because within the process, if it is manual, you could have a situation where one applies a license, they stay for 5 years, another one applies in 3 months, and they are licensed. So I think this is what I plan to do to be able to address the issues of corruption. I also want to say that this event in May 2022, where Honorable has mentioned that there were residents who had not been compensated. Let me say that in the entire, it's not just a one-off. I think we've had quite a number of issues with relocations and compensation, and these are issues that we will need to deal with them in the law. Because as you already know, Best Titanium is one of the big companies that has invested. But as a country, we have not had an enabling legislation. The legislation that we have is the one that was done in 2016. Before that, we had one that was done in 1940. So in between, I think it will be important for my ministry to work with the National Assembly so that we are able to have a legislation which can guarantee the rights of citizens so that they are not exploited by investors. And as a government, we need to rise to the occasion so that we have proper regulations on compensation. The other question by Honorable Ichungwa on exploitation of fish in the high seas. Let me say that as a country, we have an opportunity. If you look at the entire blue economy and marine fisheries, aquatic fisheries, we have an opportunity now to make sure that we bring synergy and we also bring sanity in the area of fishing. Most of our fishermen who who go to the exclusive economic zone, they have had these challenges where the other international trawlers come and they steal our fish. I think, Honorable Chairman, it will be our responsibility as a ministry to make sure that we work with security agencies to protect these areas. As it is now, I think we have quite a number of issues in the EEZ, and these issues will only be dealt with if we have synergy with the other ministries, Interior and Defense, to make sure that we secure this zone. Because in this zone, we can easily triple our income. In fact, if we are able to invest in supporting our local fishermen, if we are able to support other investors in this region, we can actually raise the income from 27 billion to around 150 or even 300 billion in the EEZ, the exclusive economic zone. The other part of that question was personal from Honorable Ichungwa. Indeed, yes, in my term as a governor, I had loans which I paid and concluded with the various banks, and therefore, as I concluded my term, I didn't have any loan with anybody. The other question from Honorable Opio Wandai on renewal of license. I think, Mheshimiwa, that should be a wrong accusation. I did not participate in any way in renewing the license for base titanium. In fact, if you followed the discussions, I think we have been very emphatic in terms of a public participation process where wananchi will be involved, where county government will be involved in the renewal. And I think in most cases we have seen gaps and we raised them. So I want to confirm that I'm not party to this special.
Point of clarification.
Yes, Wanda.
I didn't imply that you did the renewal, because that wasn't your role at all.
Yeah, but facilitating.
The acquisition.
On cooperatives has talked a lot about the Hustler Fund. So I think this is one area that we would wish to provide leadership in the fishery sector to put together fishermen so that they can be able to get loans and any other facilities that they could have. And also in the other inland fisheries like in Lake Turkana, which would be of interest, I want to say that right now we have an opportunity. We have a good market for mango tilapia, and I think they will also benefit from a lot of storage so that they can make that industry a 2 billion income facility in Lake Turkana. That notwithstanding, Mheshimiwa, is the issue of restocking, which I think the fisheries team have been working on, and that is why we have centers of excellence in Kisumu so that we can improve the aquaculture in that area. The other question from Mheshimiwa Junet related to gold mining in Migori. And I want to combine this with the other areas that have deposits of gold, I think Kakamega and other areas. Right now, Kenyans are not benefiting from this gold because, one, that gold has not been quantified. Secondly, that gold has not been checked in terms of quality. Secondly, we have a lot of artisanal miners who don't have the skills. I think we've seen even in other areas where we have had deaths. So I think what we plan to do in this area, first of all, Honorable Chairman, this is an area where government has to come in. We can't have a situation where we don't have data, where investors are the ones who are telling us how much gold. So I think the first thing that we will do now for entirely all the minerals in Kenya, we will have a geological survey, which I think there's a process which has already begun, and that process has to be concluded so that we can know which is where. Then we can do ground truthing to confirm the quantities, and in this area, Honorable Chairman, the ministry will need the support of this House so that we have a lot of budget to make sure that we have a lab which can function. The one we have here in Madini House does not have equipment to even know the quality of gold that is produced in those areas. Then secondly, we need to invest in processing so that we are able now to help the people of Migori to benefit from the gold that they have. And I think it is possible to have a functional processing facility. I think Ghana have done it. There is no way Kenya can fail to do it. I think if we put our efforts together, we can improve our capacity in mineral processing. Mheshimiwa Owen Baya has raised an issue about the statutes and the fishing nets. I think we have a law, a fisheries management law, which was passed in 2016. Honorable Chairman, it will be important for the ministry to work with the National Assembly to provide the necessary regulations, because currently we don't have regulations. Even in licensing, we are losing a lot of money because there are no regulations that have been done to operationalize this law. So I think the first thing we will need to do is to come back to this House so that we can do the regulations, and those regulations then, I'm sure a honorable member will have a lot of public participation so that these regulations are favorable to the artisanal fishermen. The other thing we want to do, or once approved by this House, we can do in your area and many others, is to make sure that we position strategic areas where we will have collection points, well equipped with storage with ice, so that then fishermen do not have to sell on the same day. Fishermen can be able to have a negotiating power. Currently, if you get fish around 8 a.m., if you can't sell by 2 p.m., then you are at the risk. So I think that contributes to a lot of losses. So I think one of the things that we can work together with this House is to make sure that we actualize the landing sites in the various areas that have been suggested. The other issue from Mheshimiwa Owen is the issue of 10 billion, which was launched by the former president. I think it will be of my interest, once I'm through with this process, to work with the leaders in that area to make sure that this money can be able to benefit the right people. Mheshimiwa Opio, there's a question on the labs. My first assignment after swearing would be to make sure that the lab in Kisumu is functional, the lab in here Nairobi is functional, and the lab in Mombasa. If we don't have functional laboratories, then we cannot talk about fisheries as a serious venture. So I think this is an area that we can still work together and achieve a lot. Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Thank you, Salim. Next, Daud. Wacha nianze na Mama Mishi. Mama Mishi, Daud, Kosing, George Murugara. Ferdinand, you also want? And Ferdinand. I'll come to the back. One intervention or one question each.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, before my questions, I just want to applaud Honorable Junet on the issue of the royalties as per the mining in the coast region. I'm just citing Kwale on titanium and also Taita Taveta. It's high time maybe if you approve, you can come with amendment. Instead of getting only 10%, maybe we can have 20% and more. My question will be on two areas. One will be on the Kenyan seafarers, commonly referred as Mabaharia in Kiswahili language, or you can call them Masela. Honorable Chair, the Baharia or the seafarers have been raising a lot of concern regarding inhuman working condition, though the country has done a lot on port management reforms. The Seafarer Union have always said that most of the welfare issues have been neglected or rather have been overlooked. The issues are in terms of proper agreement, safety, health measures, medical cover at sea and social security for Kenyan Marines working aboard and local and foreign fishing or merchant vessels. Honorable Chair, this seafarer or the Baharia have been having all these challenges, but they fear to talk about it publicly because they think when they put their voices, then they're going to lose their jobs. But actually, there is a lot which is happening in the merchant vessel or rather in the fishing vessels. Sometimes even the crews disappear and you don't even get the report or rather information regarding their whereabouts. There are also incidences of murder, injuries, and so many other issues. Honorable Chair, I would like to ask Honorable Member who is the nominee, what kind of intervention or rather measures is going to put in place to ensure that our Baharia or rather our seafarers are going to have a conducive environment in terms of working in the vessels.
Thank you.
In the same perspective, Honorable Chair, please, because Kilimo Samawati comes from the coast region, I would like to be given 2 questions, if possible, through you, Chair.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Honorable Chair, due to bad governance at the State Department of Maritime Affairs, it has been very difficult for our students in this country to acquire marine studies. Most of them, they have to travel to Malaysia, South Africa, Tanzania, and other countries. I don't know whether the Kenya Kwanza government has some proposal to ensure that we strengthen Bandari College, TUM University, and other institutions in this country so that we prevent our students from traveling all the way to all those countries. The other issues, I'm going to say it in Kiswahili, and it is about our fishing folks in our country. Wavuvi wetu hivi karibuni wamekuwa na shida sana ya kuambiwa ya kwamba lazima walipe coxswain fees ambayo inakuwa takriban 180,000. Hata kama unapeleka kiboti kidogo, unapeleka dau, unapeleka ngarawa, unaambiwa ulipe hiyo fedha. Na hawa ni wavuvi ambao ni maskini sana. Vile vile pia wengi wamekuwa wakifurushwa katika zile tunaita landing sites. Na zile ndio sehemu zao tu za kuweza kutengeza shed, kuwa pengine na choo na kuwa na store ya kuweza kuweka bidhaa zao. Kwa hivyo nataka nimuulize mheshimiwa aliyeteuliwa ya kwamba atashirikiana vipi na Wizara ya Ardhi kuhakikisha ya kwamba zile landing sites ambazo zimeweza kuchukuliwa na mabwanyenye na kuweza kujenga mahoteli mpaka kupita ile nafasi ya kisheria ambayo inaachiwa wavuvi zinaweza kuregeshwa kwa serikali, kwa sababu hizo ni ardhi za serikali. La mwisho ni mambo ya port police kuweza kusumbua wavuvi wakiwa baharini, wakiwa wanafanya shughuli zao za uvuvi. Na tuboreshe kilimo samawati, tuboreshe kilimo cha samaki. Asante.
Let nobody emulate Mishi. Daud.
Thank you, Chair. Congratulations to Governor for nomination. Some of the functions of your office, if you are confirmed, are mineral exploration and mining policy, inventory and mapping of mineral resources, mining and mineral development. There's an author who did a geo survey in Meru, And because a lot of people think Meru or agricultural areas do not have minerals. This was done by Kasim Mustafa in 2015, where he did magnetic studies of iron ore in deposits in Beo area in Meru. My question to you, CS nominee, is once you come in, are you going to just focus on areas which are normally known for mining, or are you now going to focus on the whole country so that we know we've got iron ore in many places so we can get it? So I want to ask that only from you. And there is this thing about quarries. We've got issues in quarries because Meru is where we get people dying in stone quarries. So what are you going to do about that? Thank you.
Next, Honorable Kosing.
Thank you, Chair. And maybe a small interest is that Mpuri and myself were beneficiaries of one of the most prestigious scholarships in the world, Ford Foundation Scholarship. When he went to Sussex, I went to University of Bradford. So that was leadership scholarship, very prestigious in the world. However, that aside, now back to job. Honorable Mburia, I didn't get your proper explanation on the artisans, small scale miners. This is what builds an economy of many people, particularly in arid areas. And I want to take a specific example of West Pokot County as an example of other places in the country. Mburia, you see, this is what supports many people in almost most rivers in Pokot, Turkana, Tiati, and so on. And if that would be developed, Honorable Mburia, that might be an alternative to cat wrestling, so that at least people can also move from cat wrestling to maybe this formal and likable kind of industry. But the government has never been there. Your ministry only is in Nairobi. Before you came, hopefully this committee will approve you. It's only known in Nairobi. It's not known in Pokot. So can you take that on as an alternative, maybe source of livelihood to the Pokot? And finally, what is the relevance of putting mining in blue economy? Or, take it this way, putting blue economy in mining. What is the relevance? It's a little bit confusing. I'm sure you didn't do the executive order. But of course, now as a minister coming in, possibly, what do you think is the relevance of putting those industries together? I thank you, Chair.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes.
There was nobody on the floor.
I think that is an unfair question because he didn't author, the nominee never authored that ministry.
I have not stopped Kosing because he knows I had stopped Ferdinand when he asked a similar question. The nominee has no hand in framing the portfolio. He's only been nominated to go and run the portfolio. But
that is a relevant question, Speaker, that I asked him.
It's a very relevant question.
What does he think is the relevance of putting blue economy and mining? He's a well-educated person. He's going to answer that. I know. Thank you, Speaker.
George Murugara.
Thank you, Chairman. Was there a nominee? The Raka constituency in the Tharaka-Nithi County is extremely endowed in minerals, but they are not exploited. And the reason why they are not exploited is the fact that you have not devolved your ministry almost or at all. We have a lot of iron ore strewn across the whole area of Tharaka. Gemstones actually find their place in Tharaka. If you are approved by this House, do you intend to devolve your ministry to sub-counties, like most of the ministries, such that where we have a DCC, we also have a mining officer? Because with that, we'll be able to know what we have and what is of benefit to the country.
Ferdinand?
I had some time to go to Kakamega gold mine area. Sadly, the incident happened in Migori, where these so-called miners actually, if you go there, it's so crowded, and people sit there forever looking for mines and coming out sometimes is a problem. You know of a case where recently somebody was buried for almost 2 months, and luckily they managed to get the remains of the poor boy. What if you get this chance to become a minister for mining? What plans would you have in mind to be able to control this kind of sad cases? And I'm sure it's not really the first time they've had other cases like that in the past. Thank you.
Salim, can you deal with those?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. I begin responding to the issues raised by Honorable Mishi Boko, the MP for Likoni. And she wanted to know whether there could be an amendment on the law so that royalty can be shared differently. Honorable Chairman, I want to say that the Minerals Act 2016 apportioned royalty sharing to 3 parties. The national government, 70%, the county government, 20%, and the local community, 10%. Today, I'm sitting here before this vetting committee, but also having been a governor, I want to say that that sharing has not been realized. And as we follow up, I think what I've noted is that, for example, the 10%, there is no framework that has been developed by National Treasury to share. As late as last 2 months, that is when there was an opinion that the 20% can go to county governments without any subsequent legislation. So I think this is an area that requires not just an amendment, but we need to work together so that we can actualize this provision of the law. Because the law has provided, but there are no mechanisms that this has been shared. And I think we have had a lot of struggle. So what I want to say, Mheshimiwa, now that we know this challenge together, make a favorable recommendation so I become the CS and we work together on this matter.
Precisely.
Secondly, you asked about the issue of Kenya seafarers and their human conditions and welfare. First of all, Honorable Chairman, I want to say that once approved by this committee, we have grand plans to make sure that we employ 1,500 seafarers through some partnership with MSC. And therefore, these issues of human welfare, I'm sure they will recur. But I know these are issues we can work together, one with the National Assembly and the requisite Ministry of Labor, so that we can be able to have a good framework where our seafarers can have an enabling environment to work not only in Kenya, but also abroad. So I want to confirm that we will have a positive intervention in this, so that then we have a situation where our seafarers can benefit from this particular employment. Alongside that, I want to inform this committee and the House that in terms of skills, in fact, most of the seafarers who we will be looking for are those with basic skills, plumbing, pool attendant, and many others. However, for them to work in the ships, they need to undergo other trainings like safety and others which are relevant when they work in the ship. And that is why one of the important institutions that we need to work with is the Bandari Maritime Academy. We need to work together in this House to properly resource Bandari Maritime Academy, so that then the situation where we have people trained outside this country, which is very, very expensive, then we can stop it and people can be trained within the country, and once they are trained, they are assured of a job in those ships. The other issue that Mheshimiwa raised is the issue of bad governance in the Bandari and Kenya Maritime Academy. I think these are matters which, once approved, then we can delve deep into them and make sure that we have a solution and we have institutions that are responsive. But more importantly, we will need to work together with this House to properly resource these institutions so that we can be able to have some training ground. And it's not only Bandari. I think we have an opportunity to establish another institution in Kwale and many other areas of our county. So I think once we have a good collaboration, I'm sure then we should be able to resolve this matter. Nyingine umeuliza wavuvi walipe coxswain na wavuvi wenyewe ni maskini. Jambo muhimu ni kwamba ile ambayo tunataka kufanya wakati nyinyi mtakuwa mmeidhinisha mimi kama waziri ni kwamba hawa wavuvi wenyewe tunataka kuwaandalia masomo, kwa sababu tunajua hawa wavuvi wengine wana ujuzi lakini hawakusoma. Kwa hivyo ni jukumu ya serikali kuandaa masomo yao ili waweze kusomeshwa, badala ya wao kukodisha coxswain, wao wenyewe wanaweza kuteuana, kwa sababu tumeona katika bahari sehemu za Shimoni, sehemu zingine Lamu, tunavuka na dau ambazo wale ambao wanapeleka si kwamba ati walienda kusomea nje. Kwa hivyo hili swala ambalo tunaweza kulishughulikia. Swala lingine umeuliza kwa Kiswahili ni kwamba kuna wavuvi wengi ambao wanahangaishwa, na wakati Coast Guard ilianzishwa si kwa sababu ya kuwahangaisha wananchi, lakini kuwalinda wakifanya biashara zao. Kwa hivyo hili ni jambo ambalo wakati tutamaliza hatima ya shughuli hizi tutaweza kulishughulikia ili wale askari wawe na nidhamu ya kuwalinda wananchi wala sio kuwahangaisha. Swala la ardhi kuanzia Lamu, kuanzia Kiunga hadi Vanga, kumekuwa na zoezi ya kuangalia zile sehemu ambazo zitaweza kuwa bandari kwa wavuvi. Sehemu hizo zimetambuliwa. Kwa mfano pale Lamu kuna moja, pale Kilifi kuna Ngomeni, kuna nyingine inaitwa Kichwa cha Kati, kule Kwale pia zimetambuliwa. Kwa hivyo nafikiri ni jambo ambalo litahitaji tu ushirikiano, alafu kisha tutaweza kulitekeleza. Lakini hiyo yote itategemea vile tutakubaliana kwa kamati hii. Honorable Rahim, I hear you. I have listened to you about this issue of geo-survey. You know, Honorable Chairman, in this country, I think we are now I don't want to say we are the only country, but we are one of those countries who seem not to worry about our prosperity. We cannot have a situation where the government does not have data. We rely on data from, like now the one you mentioned in the geo-survey, from private people. How do we control? That is why it is important for the ministry, through your approval, to make sure that we invest in geo-survey for the entire country, so that we know what is in Meru. If Meru has iron ore, then we can be able to know we have it. If in West Pokot we have minerals, then we know we have it. Then we can even go ahead and quantify. Right now, the government is being held hostage by middlemen, people holding information. In fact, the other day, I heard people who are really celebrating. They're saying, in Kwale we have trillions of rare earth. Whose data are we relying? So it is important that the entire country The ministry is facilitated. We look at the gold in Western, we look at the gold in Migori, and we should have data. And in my view, the government should be telling investors, we have this kind of minerals in a certain region. Investors come and invest. If it is a double P or something that will be a single investment, then they can apply their license as such. The other thing we need to do is to invest in the National Mining Corporation. We set up a corporation through the 2016 legislation, but it is idle. It doesn't have a budget. It doesn't have any development funds. So I think once approved, these are some of the things that we will need to work together so that then we are able to rescue and rediscover our country. Because if you look at what we have, we really are sitting on a lot of prosperity. And the only way we can be able to succeed is to have reliable data, which the government has done. So I think, I know there are other honorable members who had a similar concern. So I decided to put it together so that it can also respond to the other issues. On the issues of quarries, Mheshimiwa, I think having been this nominee for these few days, I've been looking at some information. And I think we really need to come back to the House so that we can have legislation that guide all these quarries. Because it will only benefit our people if quarrying is also looking at issues of environmental protection. As it is now, I don't think we are there yet. So I think I would like to appeal to members of this committee that this is a matter which we can revisit once the approval process is done. Mheshimiwa Kosing, thank you very much also for reminding me that we were cohorts in the International Fellowship Program of Ford Foundation. Thank you very much. And I know me and you signed a charter to make sure that we work around issues of social justice. And that is why you have succeeded in your elections many times. Honorable Chair, this issue of artisanal miners, this is an area we need to invest in. Because artisanal miners moving from Taita Taveta, from West Pokot, from Western region, they are not properly organized. So one of the things we have to do is to properly organize them. Then we have to empower them. For example, in other areas who are doing gemstones, now we have a gemstone center. We need to empower them so that we can cut them out of middlemen. So I think one of the actions that will be very, very important is to make sure that, first of all, we identify them, because right now they are not even, you can't even know who is an artisanal miner. They are very erratic, so we need to put them together so that they can be officially recognized, they can be trained. And this training is not a school training. We are talking about a skills training. And now the good news is that we have Taita Taveta here, which is a center of excellence for minerals and mining training. So we can take them there so that we can empower them. I think Mheshimiwa George from Taraka, I'm sure that the issue of gemstones and iron ore in Taraka that have not been exploited, I think is the entire issue of knowing which is where. Right now we have 13 offices in the country. We have 13 because the ministry divided the country into 13 regions. So we still don't have staff in every county. But that notwithstanding, we need to, first of all, invest in our geologists. They have trained, they have papers, they have skills, but they don't have the equipment to function. Madini House is just here to look at the quality of our minerals. It doesn't have equipment. In fact, the gold in Kakamega, they do their quality check in Mwanza, Tanzania. Some do in South Africa. So I think as a government, we cannot allow that kind of situation. That also goes with people who have been doing exploration for many years. When they come to you, they are saying, we are not yet mining, we are just doing exploration. But they are selling gold. Yeah? So it is important that we work together to arrest this. And the only way is to make sure that we have data, we empower our technical team, so that then we can be able to have prosperity in this particular sector. And I think that's the same with the Mheshimiwa Ferdinand. I think I agree with you. I have seen, and I know that artisanal miners have died because they go there to do mining without any skills. Wanafunga tochi tu hapa, you know, and then all of a sudden we have reports. We have to make sure that we have proper regulations. We have to make sure that artisanal miners have proper skills, so that they can also, you know, even when they die, nobody pays them. Even when they go through all this finding out where there is gold, the middlemen undercut them in the price. So I think these are some of the issues that we need to work together so that we can bring prosperity. And even though I didn't want to answer the unfair question why the ministry was called the way it was called, but I think I want to thank the wisdom of His Excellency, the President, in putting together mining, blue economy, and maritime affairs. In the blue economy sector, in the oceans, in the lakes, in the rivers, we have a lot of minerals. So I think there is a lot of relevance in putting it together. Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Thank you. Naisula, Mukami, Gikaria. Naisula, did you raise your...
Yes.
Yes, Naisula, then Mukami.
Thank you, Chair. Listening to you, the nominee, it feels like as a country we're really underfunding mining, and we're not taking it seriously. And I'm sure through your interactions with the ministry and the ministry officials as you are preparing for this vetting, how will you be convincing Cabinet and even Parliament for more funding so that you can execute your work better? The second question is the issue of environment and ensuring that you do your work, but safeguarding our environment and also the interests of the communities. And then this one just is a thought. Where I come from, and especially in the north, there's this long-standing theory that the reason we will never know peace or why we will not have security is because the area is filled with minerals, with oil, with all that. And finally, when we saw oil in Turkana, it almost confirmed the theory. And I know that we have so much minerals as well, even from my own county. I just want to pick your mind and how you'll be working with your counterpart at the Security Ministry to see that we have peace in those areas so that you can explore some of the minerals that are there.
Okay. Rahab.
Thank you, Chair. Congratulations, Governor, for your nomination. We all know minerals can be a great source of income for local communities and the country at large. How are you going to enable the country maximize the revenue and the profit? Because you know most of the time people will go for the minerals in Turkana and the Turkana people will gain nothing. Thank you.
Gikaria.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is just on one aspect. You know, mining is a very big issue here in the country. But once they have done their bit, they have taken the minerals and they have gone decommissioning. I would really want Waziri to explain how we'll handle the decommissioning aspect of those areas that have already been taken care of. Secondly, I've had him asking for more funding to do a geophysical survey To my recollection, just this year, the former president had unveiled a report, or an airborne report, of all where we could. And I think there is a report to that effect. And I think it was unveiled by the former president himself. So maybe why duplicate? Why not use the report that is already there for you to be able to understand where all these minerals are? Thank you.
Salim, you can answer those.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And I begin with the question from Honorable Naisula Lesuda. She wanted to know how I would be able to convince Cabinet to allocate more budget to this particular ministry. I think the first thing that we need to appreciate is that this ministry, even though new, it holds the road to prosperity. In fact, if I'm allowed, I would say we will rediscover our prosperity. If we want to prosper, then we need to invest in this particular ministry. Not only mining, but even the other aspects of blue economy and maritime affairs. Kenya's international trade, 90% is done in the ocean. So if 90% of our international trade is in the ocean, then definitely this is a very important aspect that we will need to put on the table to be able to fund. If you hear the figures, even though we don't want to say that they are genuine, about the minerals in the different parts of the country, then you know very well that this is an area we will need to support. And I'm not just going to convince Cabinet, but I'll be coming to this House also to convince you. And I'm happy that apart from asking for the budget, I will also come to this House to account. So I think it's a very fair discussion that we work together to make sure that we inspire prosperity in this ministry. Secondly, you talked about the insecurity in your region, and the suspicion is that there are minerals and other resources. You know, Honorable Chairman, if we are able to quantify what we have where, if we are able to determine how we share, because I'm sure all this insecurity is because people want a pie of the cake. But once we know, in Samburu, for example, we have this mineral here, we have this, and the quantities, and we have a good royalty formula backed by an operationalization through regulation, then I'm sure we should be able to convince warring parties that, okay, you don't need to fight, because after all, you have your share. But you know, some of these issues are also caused by people who have interests, who never want to see peace in that region because they want to be explorers all the time. So the only way is for government to provide leadership, the ministry to provide leadership to make sure that we have a total control of our resources in the country.
Environment.
The issue of environment, I think once a license is issued, one of the conditions is that whoever is going to invest, they have also to show how they are going to take care of environment. So I think it will be the responsibility of the ministry to enforce that. Because even before they do any other thing, they have to do an EMA report. But when they are confirmed, they have also to do an action plan on how they are going to take care of environment. So I think that is something that can be done. Mheshimiwa Rahab talks about the actions that we will be able to do to make sure that we benefit from revenues and profits from minerals. I think, Honorable Chairman, there are quite a number of legislation that we will be coming here to propose. I give an example of cement. You know, cement in this country, clinker is being imported from India and Egypt. But when you go to Garissa, you have gypsum. When you go to Kitui, you have limestone. when you go to all these places, limestone is not an issue. So I think what we need to do is to have a policy on value addition and processing, so that whatever we have in our country, then we don't need to import. And I think one way of getting maximum profit is to make sure that we add value and we process. There's no reason why the private sector is importing tons and tons of clinker from Egypt, from India, and other countries. If we can give incentives, and one incentive is to declare those areas that have gypsum like Garissa, Kitui, limestone, and other areas, we declare them export processing zone, so that the investor investing in that area does not have to incur other inhibiting taxes. And I think that can give us leverage in terms of benefiting from minerals. Decommissioning aspect, I think, as I mentioned, when somebody gets a license to mine, when the period expires, then they are supposed to have an action plan on how they leave site and how they handle the issues of environment. Mheshimiwa Gikaria, this airborne report is there, but it's not complete. And even if it is completed, you know what it only shows are reds. For example, if you overfly a certain area with iron ore, it will indicate a red. We need money to go back to do ground truthing, where now our people go to the ground to establish the real quantities in those areas. Right now, the airborne survey will only show you we have gold here, we have this one here, but they will not show you the economic value of those minerals. So I think we need a budget to be able to go down and make sure that we have specific information. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Salim. Just one or two questions and comments. You have been assigned a wealth creation ministry. I've not heard you tell us how you can turn this portfolio into mega wealth for Kenya. For example, our maritime now extends 450 nautical miles from the shore. We extended this when I was foreign minister from 200 to 450. Like Ichungwa told you, countries bring motherships to our territory. They take our fish, they process our fish, they label them products of their countries and export from there. What are you going to do about it? We have the second largest freshwater lake in the world as part of our territory, Lake Victoria. Together with your colleagues in East African Community Ministry and Security, you have to secure our fishermen in Lake Victoria. They are at the mercy of our neighbors. Ugandans come for 200 kilometers from Entebbe to abduct our fishermen 5 kilometers offshore from our territory. You must secure that. 3, this country has enormous mineral wealth, like you have rightly said. There's a Belgian publication I read that equated Kenya's mineral wealth as being equal to Saudi Arabia's oil reserves. How are you going to convince Parliament to give you enough money to map out, to have a proper mineral map of Kenya? If you look at the map of Australia, it tells you exactly what is where. That should be your starting point. Then you must also strengthen, together with the Office of the Attorney General and good lawyers in practice, mining contracting. You see, foreigners just come here, they sign on a piece of paper with some villagers and start scooping our minerals, are going away with them. It's happening in Makalda, it's happening in Lolgoria, and it's happening everywhere. As a custodian of our wealth, you must also have a ministry with a very strong contracting department that helps communities, individuals, and the country to have proper contracts with proper royalties defined, proper profit sharing, so that we can be able to benefit. Otherwise, we'll end up producing so much and having so little, enriching other countries. So your work is cut out for you. If you want to comment on that, you can. Then you can have your 3 minutes to say your last wish.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And I think the work that is cut for me, I want to confirm I'm up to the task, Honorable Chairman. I agree with you. This ministry is a wealth creation ministry. Wealth creation in the sense that we have a lot of opportunity, enormous opportunities to grow our income as a nation. And if you look at the fisheries, for example, if we are able to secure the exclusive economic zone, and we are also able to entice trawlers to be able to go deep sea, then we can even talk about, in a year we can even get 350,000 tons of fish from that particular region. In the same breath, if we are able to have a mechanism, a fiscal policy, which can be able to be enabling. Because, for example, Honorable Chair, you might be surprised. If you are a foreigner and you are fishing in our waters and you come to fuel in the country, it is cheaper than a local who is fueling here and fishing in the same area. So the area of levies on fuel, we need to look at it. The other area, Honorable Chair, is the area of shipping line. You know, we have an opportunity if we had a functional national shipping line. We can even double our profits at the port of Mombasa. I don't want to mention some countries. It might cause diplomatic row. But I want just to say that there are countries you can't imagine who have surpassed us in the area of just, by only having a shipping line, they've been able to double or triple their revenue. So if we are decisive, and I'm counting on this House, so that we are able to explore our maritime capability, we can double. As I mentioned earlier, Turkana alone, Lake Turkana alone, a small intervention will double the revenue to 2 billion from one lake. By just getting this mango tilapia, which I'm sure my friends might be aware, mango tilapia, which fetches good price in DRC, in Lubumbashi and Kinshasa. If we are able to add value in Lake Turkana, we double. If we are able to also work within Lake Victoria, Lake Naivasha, we can double. But there are decisive issues, Honorable Chairman, that the Ministry and National Assembly have to make, so that then we are able to realize these gains. And part of it is to make sure that Liwatoni, this is storage place Liwatoni, I know is done phase 1. It becomes the landing site for all the fish in that area. So the Sambo does not fish in Kenya and offload in Seychelles. We want them to fish in Kenya, offload in Kenya, add value in Kenya, create jobs in Kenya,
And I'm sure we are discovering, because Wananchi Marine was doing very well. We had youth and women employed. So if we can functionalize Liwatoni, if we can functionalize all the other areas we have identified as a ministry, then we are able to double our income. I agree with you, Honorable Chair. We need to work with the Minister of Defense, Minister of Interior, to make Lake Victoria secure, so that we don't have a situation where our people are held hostage. I know the Coast Guard may have done their part, but it's high time we need an integration of interventions in security so that we are able to secure our people. I think the other issues, Honorable Chairman, are also points for agreement and concurrence. The one on contracting, strengthen mining contracting, and having a strong contracting department. I think I've noted this, and once I'm confirmed and sworn in, I should be able to...
If you are confirmed, not once you are...
Okay, if I'm confirmed, and then we should be working together, Honorable Chairman,
absolutely,
to expand these ideas, so that then we are able to gain a lot of prosperity in our country.
Yes.
Chair, on the aspect of decommissioning.
We have, you have not answered about decommissioning mines.
I think
before you answer that, Dawood wants to ask something about FLOSPA.
Thank you, Chair. CS Nominee. There is, in the Carrier Valley, we've got Kenya FLOSPA Company Limited. And on 23rd of September 2022, it has been gazetted to be dissolved, or dissolution of that company, of Kenya FLOSPA, together with the other companies which are there. Do you think, if you are confirmed, will you be able to look into it and reverse those companies which are beneficial to Kenyans?
Okay, the issue of decommissioning, I think I had said, Honorable Chair, that within the law we have a process when mining is complete, then there are processes that have to be followed, and part of it is environmental protection, part of it is their social issues, because they normally do a social impact assessment, so then we measure them, within those parameters, so that we are able to decommission. Mheshimiwa Rahim, I want to assure you that this issue of FLOSPA, even now I don't have details. It is a matter that we can work together, get the details, and make proper recommendations on how to move forward.
You have 3 minutes to tell us your last wish. Bwana Mvurya, what do you want us to do with you and for you?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman and members. And I want first of all to thank you for this discussion, which has been very fruitful. Secondly, is that I've been a leader in transformation, I think, from my experience, and I'm appealing to this committee to find me suitable to serve in the Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy, and Maritime Affairs. I think the last is a question, maybe to the chairman, Honorable Chair. Maybe I also want to ask this committee, what is that one expectation you have on the CS Mining, Blue Economy, and Maritime Affairs?
To create wealth. We told you you are a wealth creation ministry. We expect you not to dish out mining licenses to friends and foreigners for free. We expect you to protect local interests of Kenyans. We expect you to act as a nationalist, not a sectarian king. We expect you to do many things. You are very successful as a governor in Kwale. We expect you to transform and translate that success to the national arena. Yes, Ishungwa?
Chair, maybe if I could just add to that, Governor Mvurya, when he served as governor, he was called mtenda kazi. So tunatarajia utakuwa mtenda kazi ukiidhinishwa kuwa waziri. Vile ulivyokuwa mtenda kazi kama governor, uwe mtenda kazi kama waziri.
Okay. And I must salute you for your humble possessions. A governor of 10 years, to have what you have said you have, if you have told us the truth, also reflects well on you. Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Waziri Nominee. We wish you well.
Thank you.
You can now take your leave.
Chair, on a last point of order, now that you raise that issue of the net worth,
yes,
is that your individual net worth, or could there be other assets held in the name of your wife or wives?
I think the question here is net worth. So is individual net worth.
You may have other properties and assets held by your wife or wives.
No, if they are held in those names.
Are they yours?
No, they are not mine. They are not mine.
Okay.
So Honorable Chair, thank you very much. I want to confirm to Honorable Ichungwa that yes, it is possible, and I'm ready to transfer the skills that I had in serving the people of Kwale to the national level, and that you can count on me. Thank you very much.
Well done, and we'll let you go to your other duties. Please, if you are confirmed, serve Kenyans well. As it is now 1:06, we have 2 to go. Your clerk tells me lunch is served, so I'll give you 30 minutes to have a quick lunch and resume at 1:36.
Na mtazamaji, zamu yake Salimu Mvurya ya kujitetea mbele ya kamati ya bunge ya uteuzi ndio imekamilika sasa, akiwa ndiye waziri mteule wa pili kufika mbele ya kamati hii kujieleza ufafu wake na uwezo wake wa kuhudumu katika wizara ambayo ameteuliwa, ikiwa ni wizara ya uchimbaji madini na uchumi samawati. Amejieleza hapo akitaja kwamba masuala ni mengi yanayohitajika kuboreshwa kwenye sekta hiyo, akisema ni sekta ambayo ina uwezo wa kujenga ama kuboresha thamani na vile vile utajiri wa Kenya, lakini ni wizara ambayo bado haijashughulikiwa ipasavyo. Maswala yameibuka ama maswali yameulizwa na wabunge wakimtaka aeleze jinsi atakavyosaidia uchimbaji madini katika maeneo mbalimbali na kusaidia yule Mkenya wa chini ambaye anakuwa anajihusisha kwa sana na uchimbaji madini, wale wanaopata leseni kwa njia isiyo ya sawa, akisema cha kwanza ni kwamba atashughulikia swala hilo kwa njia ya kidijitali, kuhakikisha kwamba leseni hizo zinatolewa kwa njia ya kidijitali. Kuna swali pia limeibuliwa pale na mbunge wa Likoni Mishimboko akisema kwamba kuna mirahaba ambayo inafaa kutolewa kwa wenyeji kwenye maeneo ambayo ni ya uchimbaji madini na kwamba yanafaa kuongezwa. Hapo waziri mteule akisema kwamba pia atalishughulikia swala hilo inapofika mchana, manake saizi wabunge wameweza kuchukua mapumziko ya kwenda kwa chakula cha mcha. Atakuwa anakuja Florence Bore ambaye ameteuliwa kuingia kwenye wizara ya leba. Kwa hivyo muda wa nusu saa ama lisali moja hivi watakuwa wabunge wanarudi tena kwenye chumba hiki kwenda kuzungumza naye Florence Bore na kujieleza ni yapi atakayokuwa anayaleta kwenye wizara ya leba. Mtazamaji, tupatane tena mwendo wa saa 7:30, lakini kwa sasa nakurudisha kwenye chumba chetu cha habari studioni, shirika la utangazaji KBC. Mimi ni Kamchemenza. Kwa heri kwa sasa.